Good afternoon everyone and welcome to our meeting. A special welcome to all members of the public who are joining us and those who join us online. At 1 o'clock I will officially open the meeting, and in doing so I acknowledge and pay respect to the Tasmanian Aboriginal people as the traditional and ongoing original owners and custodians of this land on which we gather today, and I acknowledge on our behalf elders past and present. Thank you. Please be seated. We have 3 apologies for today's meeting. The Mayor, Councillor Van Zetten, Councillor Cox and Councillor Stosenjek, and we note that all other councillors are present. A reminder, if we could ensure that our mobile telephones are switched to silent or turned off, as they do interfere with the recording of our meeting, and just to note that this meeting is being streamed and will be recorded also. There being no mayoral acknowledgements, we'll move to item 3 on the agenda, declarations of interest. Do any councillors have any material or general conflicts of interest that they wish to declare? Councillor Dawkins. Thank you. Any other councillor? I'll also declare 15.2, specifically St Andrew's Caledonian Pipe Band, of which I'm the patron, and 15.3, specifically as the director of the Encore Theatre Company's production Priscilla, a board member of the Australian Musical Theatre Festival and a committee member for the Launceston competitions, at which point Councillor Soud will chair that portion of the meeting. Let's move to item 4, confirmation of minutes, that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of the meeting held on the 11th of August be confirmed. Councillor Harris has moved. A seconder, Councillor Daking. All those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried unanimously. We move to item 5, 5.1, the council workshop report from the meeting of the 18th of August. The workshop of the 18th of August. Someone to move? Thank you, Councillor Spencer. A seconder? Thanks, Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Spencer, do you wish to speak to the motion? No, Councillor Dawkins? Any councillor wish to speak to item 5.1? There being no contributions, we'll put the vote. All those in favour? That is all councillors present and the motion is carried. There are no councillors' leave of absence applications, so we move to item 7, community reports. Despite the agenda, we're very pleased to welcome Caitlin, who is the Artistic Director of Stompen, who joins us to provide an overview of the fantastic organisation Stompen. Caitlin, welcome to you.
Thanks so much. I'm Caitlin Comerford. I'm the Artistic Director of Stompen, and this is Rachel Moore, our newly appointed General Manager. I too would like to acknowledge the Aboriginal Tasmanian community, the Palua Pakana people, as the traditional and continuing custodians of this land that we gather on today, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. We're here to talk to you about Stompen today. Thank you for having us. Stompen's in its 30th year. And it began in 1992 with the idea that when young people come together with professional artists, they can create extraordinary artists and work. And we still value and conduct our operations under these today. We believe that through a rigorous creative process, when young people are working alongside professionals, and these professionals may be choreographers, dancers, lighting designers, costume designers, sound designers, etc. They not only can produce incredible work that our community and our adults in the community can be inspired and moved by, but also they have a space where they can question, explore and challenge who they are, where they're not told what to do and how to do it, but they get to set the rules. And we believe that championing their voice is very, very important. This year, in our 30th year, we've marked the milestone with a beautiful short dance film where we travelled to 15 locations across northern Tasmania with 30 young people, past, present and emerging stompers, and celebrated our beautiful island home, our young people, as well as our art form, dance. We will also celebrate this incredible milestone on the 19th of November with a performance by our youngest cohort, our primary stompers, and we do hope you will all join us when you receive your invitations. And finally, we are currently in development for a project that will be performed at Junction Arts Festival called Foresight, which brings together 3 previous stompers who have left the island for tertiary study in dance to come home for their very first commissioned work, mentored by Beck Reid, who was a previous artistic director of Stompin. So we're very, very proud of this lineage. We're very grateful to Council for your continuing support of all that we do, and we really look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Caitlin, to you and Rachel and the team, congratulations on your 30th anniversary, and we wish you all the best with your upcoming Junction performance. There being no public questions on notice, we'll move to 8.2, public questions without notice. A reminder for the recording and for the minutes, if you could please note your name and your address for the recording. Mr. Baines, welcome to you.
Thank you. Ron Baines, Kings Meadows. I wonder why this council is so against a citizens' assembly. Can anyone explain why, why that can't happen?
That's your first question? Thank you for asking it. As you know, a citizens' assembly is part of a subsequent notice of motion that will come from a councillor later in the meeting. With regard to that, the CEO has identified in the agenda that they are costly and that, in terms of community engagement, it's one form of community engagement. So we're not against it per se, but the recommendation that came from our CEO in a report to a notice of motion today sets out the cost as a prohibitive factor.
Okay, thank you. Number 2, the parklets that the council sort of dumped on a couple of our parking spots were apparently made in Victoria. Why is that?
Parklets. General Manager Dan, are you able to respond to that one for Mr. Baines, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Baines. So we did explore getting those products fabricated here in Tasmania. They are quite...
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry,
I can hear it out there, but I can't hear you from inside.
Is that better for
here.
you?
The speaker's out there, apparently. Can you speak up a bit? I'm half deaf.
Sure. So we did explore opportunities to get those products fabricated here in Tasmania. They are quite a unique product in this market, so we had no success in finding a local provider. We then went out and sourced 5 quotes from similar providers who have successfully delivered those products in Victoria and New South Wales, and a company by the name of Event 720 was the successful company that we went with, but that was explored. Our preference would be to use a Launceston or Tasmanian company.
Okay, thank you. I had a bit of trouble with the last question, so I had to phone a friend. How does the council obtain architectural advice under Section 65?
So it's important to note that the council has architects on staff and when needed we also engage consultant architects to assist us with the provision of expert advice. Okay. But importantly, we do have some qualified architects on our staff.
All right, thanks very much. Yeah. And the last thing is I checked out your next meeting and I found that there was a workshop on the 1st of September. That's right, isn't it? 1st of September. Well, that'll be my 85th birthday. So if that workshop you would like to sing happy birthday real loud, I might actually hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baines, and all the best for that milestone event. Are there any other questions on notice? Without notice even, thanks.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, Robin Smith on behalf of Coffee Republic, a business in the Brisbane Street Mall. I asked a question back on the 5th of March 2020 about Council's preparedness for an infectious outbreak, what role Council staff and council have to the future and the level of preparedness in place for the protection of the public and council staff. Council at that time replied that masks and sanitisers were not being purchased, and they were waiting on a directive from the state government. Looking back, would it have been expeditious to have acquired some of that very early stage equipment at that time? And would the council do the same again today, please?
So before I hand over to the CEO, the first thing I would say is that I'm particularly proud, and I'm sure other councillors are as well, of the way that our City Council responded to the COVID situation, not only preparing our community for the considerable nature of the pandemic, but importantly looking out for our staff and looking out for one another. With regard specifically to the question of masks and sanitiser, CEO, anything further you'd like to add to that?
No, other than to say that obviously we did provide our staff and those associated with need at the council with masks and sanitiser, and still today have certainly all controls around social distancing and the different levels of intervention that we enacted through the pandemic, and clearly we've worked really closely with the state government around the community response and continue to do that.
Thank you. Just for a point of clarification, I did actually mention that it was not just for the staff, but the public. The public was included in that original question. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, on CCTV camera, I had a motion back at the AGM in 2011 where it was identified that there was a number of black spots in the Brisbane Street Mall, coverage black spots. And then we've had a number of crimes recently where there's been no coverage in the Brisbane Street Mall. September 11, 2021, there was an assault outside, well, I won't say where, but suffice it to say there's a large area of the mall that's not covered. 30th of July, we were robbed at Coffee Republic with an assault, and money was stolen. And again, the individual disappeared towards this black spot. 30th of July, there was another assault, and these are all police matters, opposite Coffee Republic, again, insufficient coverage. And then last night, of course, I don't know if you were, but again, there was other matters of vandalism. There was a second motion at the last AGM about some coverage of CCTV, specifically looking at black spots. Is it a funding issue that this has not been addressed? Is it that the police haven't requested something? Would it have more gravitas if it came from police? Or is there perhaps not enough crime to address that? Please.
General Manager Eberhardt.
I'm going to say, in terms of access to the footage, the Tasmanian Police really guide the direction of where cameras are and how it's used. And we work with Tasmanian Police on a regular basis regarding the coverage of the cameras, which are there from a public safety perspective. Look, we're constantly reviewing that, and as issues arise and situations change, then we get different advice from Tas Police on where to roll the cameras out. Of course, there's a significant cost to the community of having these cameras, so I'm going to say it's probably unreasonable to expect that there's coverage everywhere in the city, but we work with police based on where they feel the greatest threat and need is.
And General Manager Eberhardt, would it not be the case that we're also willing to have conversations with individual businesses about their requirements to ensure their own footage and their own technical devices are at the standard required?
Correct. Thank you. So I'm specifically asking about the Brisbane Street Mall, not the whole of Brisbane Street. It's not at the other end. So if you and I would go back and ask, would you consider there not enough crime? Because you did say if police were to ask you, it would have a different effect. So of your own volition, without police, would you put more energy and effort into an expenditure?
Or possibly it has to be
those?
weighed up with, I'm going to say, in terms of where else we're providing the services and how we provide it. But I'm not aware of Tas Police raising an issue specifically in the Brisbane Street Mall.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr Smith. Any other questions without notice?
Any other questions?
Thank you. We move to item 9, Planning Authority, and under the provisions of the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act 1993, Council acts as a planning authority in regard to items included in the agenda. Item 9, Planning Authority. Item 9.1, construction of 3 dwellings. We do have a number of speakers. A reminder to all speakers, if you could provide your name and your address for the minutes and the recording. We will allow 2 minutes, and at the 2-minute mark, you will hear a bell, and I'll ask you to conclude speaking to ensure fairness for all the speakers that we've got listed today. Our first speaker is Erin Johnson.
Hi,
Hi.
Erin Johnson, 7 Pennycola Place, Newnham. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I stand here today to represent the people of Pennycola and Adlock Place and Camira Street. We believe there has not been a fair and accurate assessment completed, as there is no factual evidence to support your planning representative's claim for this DA to be approved. In the objections to the DA, we, the community, have been able to provide evidence of how this DA breaches the planning scheme that has yet to be addressed adequately by your councillor's assessment officer. Your assessment officer has also recommended that you pass this application, yet still acknowledges that further changes are required to comply. For example, rubbish bin location with no acceptable solution or able to be enforced post-approval, potentially resulting in the original bin location being used, which clearly breaches the planning scheme. Another example, the survey of levels provided for the DA are inaccurate. We are able to provide evidence of this from a private surveying firm that the entrance levels are incorrect. No drainage plan has been provided that shows how the drainage along the access handle to the development will not add to the drainage problems already affecting number 7 Pennycola Place. Please review the letter sent to the Mayor and Launceston City Council yesterday identifying this and other issues that your representative has failed to address. We would also ask that you view the YouTube video, which the link is provided in the letter, that demonstrates without doubt the impact of these dwellings on the surrounding neighbours in relation to the scale, bulk, proportions and privacy. We have addressed non-compliance issues in the submission period for objections and a further letter after getting feedback from Council's assessment officer, who seems to be favouring the application. The overwhelming number of non-compliance issues, both minor and major, should not be dismissed when making your determination to approve or reject the development application. In conclusion, due to the large number of non-compliance issues with Launceston interim planning scheme by the proposed development that we have addressed previously by letter to the Council, I would ask Council to reject approving the development application over number 5 Pennycola Place, Newnham.
Thanks, Erin. The next speaker is Rowan Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I stand here today to represent the people of Pennycola and Adlock Place and Camira Street. We have concerns that the development application for the planning permit for 5 Pennycola Place is non-compliant with various clauses in the 2015 interim planning scheme, and these have been watered down or totally ignored by the councillor assessment officer. Our surveying consultant, Land Surveying Solutions, has surveyed the property surrounding the development and created a model to ascertain the impact of the development. The model has been uploaded to the YouTube See Pennycola Development Proposal, which you can view on your smartphone or computer if you have not already seen or been shown this. It is imperative that you have all the facts before making your decision on approving this development. We have provided a consultant's assessment that demonstrates the scale and bulk of the proposal, if not in keeping with the surrounding area, breaches the visual impacts as well as the privacy of a great majority of the surrounding residents. This has been acknowledged by your councillor's assessment officer, but again dismissed with no supporting evidence. Councillor's assessment officer proposal to provide vegetation screening to address the privacy and bulk problem is not a viable option into the future, as there is no onus on the individual owners to maintain the vegetation, nor is there council mechanisms to compel the owners to maintain the hedge or screening. There is no guarantee for the northeast neighbours on the screen. There is no guarantee for the northeast neighbours that this screen will ever be appropriate, and the neighbours around the remaining fence line are left with dwellings towering over them. Furthermore, the proposed DA also fails to comply with their own written description, with large open windows looking into the neighbouring yards and their private open space, again acknowledging that this DA does not represent an acceptable submission. In conclusion, I would request the Council Committee review to review the YouTube video Pennycola development proposal and properly reject the development due to the numerous non-compliance issues with the Launceston interim planning scheme apparent in the video, and importantly, maintain the privacy of all the surrounding neighbouring properties.
Thanks, Rowan.
Thank you.
I have no other speakers listed for this item. Just checking that is the case. Thanks so much. So looking for someone to move 9.1. Councillor Mackenzie moved. A seconder. Thanks, Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Mackenzie, do you wish to speak to the item? Just before you do, we've got a question from Councillor Soward. Thanks, Councillor Soward.
Thanks very much, Deputy. In light of the two speakers and the reference in both of them to the surveying work by Pennycola Development and the material being put online, I just had some questions if our officers were familiar with that, if they've seen it, and if they have any feedback on that surveying opinion.
Manager of Planning, Richard.
I haven't personally seen any YouTube videos, but we do have evidence that the levels taken on the site are consistent, sufficient to enable us to assess the application. They are a relative level or taken from a manhole on the site as opposed to an AHD level taken by a surveyor, but that's, generally speaking, an acceptable standard.
Thank you. Councillor Soward, any further questions?
Yeah, just a supplementary, and I'm always conscious when representatives do go to the trouble of enlisting professional help that we try and dig down a little. So if I could just ask a supplementary, thank you, Deputy. So in sort of layperson's terms, is it possible that Surveyor A could look at something and Surveyor B could look at something and have a different opinion or get a different outcome on that?
Manager of Planning, Richard.
Not normally, no. You should be able to trust a surveyor's word on it. It does depend on what question's been asked.
Mover, Councillor Mackenzie.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I rise to support the development application. I note that when we look through our documents that really there are only three issues that we have been asked to look that are outside the scheme. That's setback, privacy and car parking configuration of the three discretions that have been put in place. There are a number of other questions that were raised by representatives in relation to the matter, and I think they number about 16 or 17 issues that have been listed in the papers for us to just look at today. But in dealing with the issue specifically that we require discretion on setback, if we look at the diagrams in there, the setback is actually very minor, and therefore on the basis of that has been approved. Privacy screening has been put in place where appropriate in relation to the buildings by putting screens on decks, but moreover the setbacks are relevant because they're set back from the property boundaries by the appropriate things, so therefore meet the acceptable standard. In relation to car parking, being the difficulty of the block, in that it's a battle axe block, I think it's been referred to, but it's certainly got an internal driveway to go into. My suspicion is that anybody's going to visit somebody in there is probably not going to drive down there to see whether the visitor car space is actually available, not anyway, and will park on the street like most people do when they go to visit their friends. So I suspect the reality of it is people will park on the street in relation to that, but having said that, it's only one car park short of the requirement under the Act, and it's been deemed appropriate by the officers looking under the scheme. So I note the comments made by Councillor Soward and the questions asked, and I was going to ask them myself, so I appreciate that he actually did that. The issues we have is we have a professional team who have assessed this application. They've looked at the representations that have been put forward by the representors. They've gone back and looked at the issues that have been raised by the representors, and they've addressed them in their responses to the questions. In my view, based on the limited number of discretions that are being applied on this, it's a difficult block. And the other problem you have, it's a vacant block. And if I live around it, anything that's going to happen on that block afterwards is going to be different to what was there when it was a vacant block. And I think when people build or buy things, they need to be aware that when there's a vacant block beside them, something will happen on there one day, and they may not, and it will change their amenity, it will change their landscape, it will change their views. And unfortunately, this is one of those situations. The building seems to be appropriate. It fits size-wise on the block, and the size and the amount of the space that's been taken up on the block by the development is adequate. So therefore, I'll be supporting this today.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Seconder, Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. Look, there's no doubt that this represents a big change for the community, and I acknowledge all of the people who've signed the petition and got in touch with us to say we don't like this change. We see this, unfortunately, every fortnight. When we make these decisions as a planning authority, there's always somebody who comes out, I guess, in some sense as the victor, and somebody who walks away and feels that their needs have not been met. But what I do want to say today is that council officers have no vested interest in the outcome. All they've got is a dry reading of the planning scheme. We rely on their professionalism, and we rely on them to give us advice. They talk us through it. We visit the site, we talk through the issues, and then we reach our own opinion based on the professional advice we've been given. So today, I will be supporting this. I think Councillor Mackenzie has admirably acquitted the council position on this matter. And again, I acknowledge the difficulties, and I'm sorry that it turns out this way. And I hope you can find a way forward with the people who eventually live in this space, because there's nothing worse than neighbours who are in dispute. It is the worst way to live, having to, every time you arrive at home and every time you leave, having to consider who might see you and who you might interact with. So I really hope that moving forward you can find a place to be able to live with this development, and hope that those screens do soften the impact for you.
Thank you, Councillor Dawkins. Any other contributions? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask a couple of questions, if I may. First, to our planning officers. So this does not comply when it comes to visitor parking. Ideally, it would have a minimum of 2, is that correct? It relies on performance criteria.
Manager Richard.
This provides 1, which meets the acceptable solution.
And another question, if I may. Is there any requirement for these dwellings to have private open space attached to the building as a part of each residence, for want of a better word, apartment, dwelling?
The answer to that is yes, and I would refer you to the report section which deals with that, which outlines the acceptable solution and performance considerations.
I think Anushka might have just a little more specific assistance there.
I'm just trying to see if that's actually
Town planner.
in there. Yeah, sorry. The acceptable solution is found in standard 10.4.3 site coverage and private open space for all dwellings. It talks about a dwelling must have private open space that is in one location and is not less than 24 metres squared or 12 metres squared if the dwelling is a multiple dwelling with a finished floor level that is entirely more than 1.8. And there are a few other criteria. And the assessment being that Unit 1 and 2 are proposed to have a 25 metre squared deck, which will have a minimum horizontal distance of 4 metres, and the proposed unit will have a deck which, however, won't have a minimum horizontal distance of 4 metres, but the open space can be accommodated within the private open space located at the rear and will have a minimum area of 60 metres squared. The private open spaces face either northwest or southwest and have a gradient not steeper than 1 in 10. So it's been assessed as being compliant.
Thanks, Richard. Any further questions, Councillor Walker?
No, I wish to speak, thank you.
Sure.
I certainly understand the difficulties, and I'm sure everyone around the table does, that representatives have here, because there seems to be a number of areas. I know that Councillor Mackenzie highlighted 3. I do think when it comes to private open spaces and to do with the parking, visitor parking, there are other issues that require discretion. And then, of course, it sits outside the building envelope. And I suppose that was another question I did intend to ask is, you know, I think of the building envelope as essentially the guide for which a developer can operate within, not something that a developer can operate without. Again, it's a discretion. When someone goes outside that envelope, which is an imaginary line, if you like, surrounding the building, that there has to be good reason to go outside that line. And, you know, some might argue in this case it does, some might argue that it doesn't. But what we have here is a primarily residential area. The people who live in that area might well expect that that site would be developed. Of course you would. It's a vacant block of land. They're, you know, becoming increasingly rare in suburban Launceston. But you would not expect that someone would, you know, necessarily want to maximise their investment insofar as putting in 3 dwellings rather than what is mostly apparent in that neighbourhood, which is a single dwelling. You might think, okay, maybe 2, but here we are going to the extreme, 3 dwellings, and then pushing the boundaries on a number of areas which, of course, have been highlighted by the representatives. So I fully appreciate what they're saying. And another person might say, oh, yes, but we need housing, and of course we do. But do we need housing at any cost? Is that the question that needs to be asked, perhaps? 2 dwellings would be great. It is building housing in an area that has existing infrastructure, so it has a minimal impact on the infrastructure that is provided by council and others. Also a great thing. But does it mean as a council that we are comfortable with the change of characteristic of use in the area? Again, it's a permissible use, but nonetheless, in some instances, that would be enough for council to say, no, we don't agree with the change in character of the area. Mostly single-storey buildings, mostly standalone dwellings, and I don't know how close the nearest block of flats are. It's a permissible use, there's no doubt about that. But is this, with its impact, windows looking over people's backyards and affecting that amenity, even if there is screening? Of course, that takes time, it might be vegetation, but nonetheless, it will definitely have an impact on people's amenity. And that's another thing that council needs to consider in this situation. A more modest development, of course, could have avoided many of the things that I've listed. So I'm struggling today to support it. I understand that this goes through a process whereby the developer is looking to see what is achievable. And in this case, our council officers have said, yes, this is achievable. And I'm sure that representatives have had their chance, through a mediation process, but it hasn't resolved the issues that they have. change comes everywhere. None of us enjoy change, just as a matter of course. We like things the way they are, but I'm sure that people in that neighbourhood would have fully expected that something would be built on that site. It's just that this is not what they expected at all. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Do you need further clarification on the building envelope, or you've answered your own question?
Well, there's certainly a couple more questions I can
Sure.
ask, which is, why is it necessary to exceed the building envelope? Do we see it as a guide, or do we see it as a limit?
Manager Richard.
It's important to understand how the planning scheme works when deciding these things. The acceptable solution is just one way of meeting the objective. So if you meet the objective, if you meet the acceptable solution, you are deemed to comply. It shouldn't be characterised as the only way and that you are somehow wrong if you don't meet it. If you choose not to meet it or you design to be outside the acceptable solution, you're judged on a separate set of factors and you have to demonstrate that what you've proposed meets the objective in reference to the performance criteria. But it's not right to characterise stepping outside the building envelope as being an inappropriate thing to do. That's misunderstanding the planning scheme. In certain circumstances, being outside the building envelope can lead to better design outcomes, particularly on awkward sites. The building envelopes are quite generous on flat sites, but on sloping sites, there are certain things that need to be considered.
Great, thank you.
One more question, if I may, Chair. It was mentioned the drainage issue and that some adjoining properties do have some difficulty with draining. I know it is a low-lying area. Would all the runoff from this property be directed away from adjoining properties? Is that a fair assessment of the plan?
The simple answer to that is yes. Anything, all the stormwater that is concentrated would go into the pipe reticulated system.
Great. Councillor Spencer.
Thanks, Deputy. I've got a bit of concern with the visitor parking. From experience, my sons and myself have got a property, same situation. No one parks on the street. They always go up the driveway. And this will happen with this. Only one visitor parking is not enough. It really needs two. I've got another issue. Why is it got to be over 7 metres high? That is high. A normal house, 2.5 metres inside, 500 for trusses. It's only 3.2. So this could be built under 7 metres. 6.5 metres at the most. The height is a bit of an issue for me. The visitor parking should be 2 spots. From experience, I know, no one parks on the street and walks up the internal drive. They always try and drive up the driveway. Don't ask me why, they all do it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spencer. Any other contributions? Councillor Mackenzie, do you wish to close?
I do, but I'm a little confused. I think some of our members are saying we should vote against the planning scheme, because I think that's really what, the 3 dwellings are on 1,110 square metres or 370 metres squared each. The acceptable solution is 325, so it's actually 50 square metres more for each of these dwellings and that. The fact that people want to build 2-storey buildings is the way that we've found in just about every development that we've dealt with in the last 6 months have been 2-storey dwellings in people's backyards. So it seems to be the way, and as described earlier, it's probably to maximise the building cost on valuable blocks of land and for people to live. The reality of it is they meet the setback requirements, and even within the performance criteria where they're marginally outside, they're deemed to accept because they're not having any adverse impact on overshadowing or anything like that. The privacy aspects have been dealt with in regards to screening on decks so they're not overlooking, and also they're set back 3 metres from the boundary, so therefore meet the acceptable solution. The car parking configuration meet the parking requirements of the blocks and therefore meet the acceptable solution. So therefore, under the planning scheme, as assessed by our officers, this meets the planning scheme requirements and therefore I think deserves our vote in favour of.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. We'll put the motion. All those in favour raise their hand. Those against? 2 against, Councillor Walker and Councillor Spencer. The motion is carried. We move to item 9.2, 108 Elfin Road, Business and Professional Services, change of use to a medical centre and construction of a new car park. The first speaker listed is Maureen Gillard.
My name's Maureen Gillard. I live at 108A Elfin Road, next door to this proposed development. We've lived here, my husband and I, for 32 years. So it's reasonable for us to expect that we can continue to live in a general residential area without change of use next door. So obviously we are against this. I've already put in a submission relating to a number of issues, and I'm sure most of you are familiar with that. But I want to talk about 2 things today and be very specific about numbers with one of them. Now, the planning department has approved so far that this development go ahead. But it has one stipulation, that only 2 doctors can work in rotation at any one time. Now, 3 consultants in this medical practice have been mentioned on the plan. I want to talk about the busiest day. Now, this will be the maximum number of appointments in any one day. Okay, so this is Thursday. There are 24 appointments for 1 doctor, so times 2, 48, and entries and exits onto a busy Elfin Road would be 96 movements. That's for vehicles. Foot traffic numbers would be fairly similar. This equates to 1 movement every 5 minutes, and I don't really think that this is the greatest thing in a general residential zone. Each week, that means there will be 500 vehicle entries on and off to Elfin Road, which everyone knows is a very busy road. Now, regarding future expansion, it's not mentioned in the town plan, but I think it's always advisable to consider this. Not just the status quo now, but what's going to happen in the future. So, on table 1 in the plan, there are a number of vacant time slots to allow for Thursday's timetable to extend into those time slots. So you can imagine an extra 4 days with that load of movements is certainly going to affect our amenity.
Maureen, we have reached the end of the time. Would you move to the next point so that you can quickly raise that?
So there's 3 consultants mentioned, but they can have more consultants and still operate it within the plan of having 2 people on a rotational basis. So, you know, it's sort of almost endless up to a point. So that's where we're really worried about the movement on site and the future plan. Thank you.
Peter Gillard.
My name's Peter Gillard and I live at 108A Elfin Road, next door to the planning. We see that there's a sleight of hand thing with this. They have
mentioned that there are 3 consultants, but only 2 on one day. What's to stop the 3rd consultant being present? Does that mean that we are the ones that are going to mention that the 3rd person is there? When that place expands, as eventually it will, do we have to knock on the door and say, you know, hey, you've got a 3rd person there and you're using that and we actually more places? I think that's unreasonable. The reason that they've actually mentioned the 2 is that they would require 12 parking spaces and they have 10. So that's a problem. Now, the other thing that I wanted to mention is about street parking. So we have 2 vacant, 2 parking slots outside of our house. And the school we've made a deal with the school and they have agreed to no teachers parking in those places. However, there is intermittent parking by parents, by deliveries, by tradesmen who go to the school. So it suits the school and we're not there as grumpy old people who want to prevent that. But it is a handy thing for the school as well as us. But when the development goes ahead, you can see that the patients are going to take the easiest road of resistance and they are going to park there and we're going to be in trouble. So we also have a difficulty with our access onto Elfin Road with all of this extra activity. And so I'm asking Council to please reject this because down the track we're going to have difficulty with residential with residences on Elfin Road being turned into commercial. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. The next speaker listed is George Walker.
Two minutes, is it? George Walker from 60 Degrees, the applicant for the item Suite 103, 287 Charles Street, Launceston. Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Councillors. Item 9.2 relates to a proposed change of use of a dwelling to a medical centre on land located at 108 Elfin Road, Newstead. The proposed medical centre use will be for the purpose of a specialist plastic and reconstructive surgical practice. The practice includes, but is not limited to, the following procedures: skin cancer and melanoma staging surgery, complex head and neck cancer reconstruction surgery, upper limb and hand surgery, acute trauma, including wounds, lacerations, hand and foot fractures, microsurgery, burns, breast cancer reconstruction and paediatric surgery. The practice will provide pre- and post-surgical consultations. Minor procedures will be able to be undertaken from the practice, with larger procedures to be undertaken at hospitals. The proposed medical centre accords with the zone purpose statement at 10.1.1.2 of the general residential zone, which seeks to provide for compatible non-residential uses that primarily serve the local community. In this regard, the practice will accept and process referrals from other proximate medical centres, including Tremor, Newstead, Rose Cottage, High Street and Nord. The practice is also well placed to manage referrals from urgent care in Newstead. Accordingly, the practice will primarily service the local community through referrals from other medical centres within the area. With respect to car parking, the practice will accommodate no more than 2 registered practitioners per day. This has been reiterated by Condition 4 of the recommendation. 8 car parking spaces are required for 2 practitioners and a total of 10 spaces will be provided. The proposal will therefore comply with the scheme in this regard. With respect to vehicle movements, a 2011 traffic survey determined that Elfin Road accommodated 16,808 average annual daily vehicle movements. The proposed practice, based on a busy week, will produce roughly 76 average annual daily vehicle movements, which will result in an increase of traffic along Elfin Road of 0.45% on 2011 data, which is likely to be even less in today's current data. The increase is therefore inconsequential to the safe and efficient operation of Elfin Road. Just to touch on what the other speakers have said in relation to the 3 consultants, the purpose of that is to show that the 3 consultant rooms in the medical centre will be used. Can I go on? The purpose of that was to obviously be transparent about the operation. The tables have illustrated that only 2 consultants will be using the surgery at one time, and they're obviously dealing with the consulting rooms on an alternative basis. Where there are gaps in the table, this is simply because the consultants will be off-site, either at a hospital practicing surgery or other locations where they are operating. So therefore, it's going to be very, very unlikely that 3 consultants will be on the site at any one time. Also noting that we have to be bound by the condition that's been put forward if it's approved, and Council obviously have enforcement proceedings under the legislation if there's a breach. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Are there any other speakers for 108 Elfin Road? There being none, looking for a mover. An alternate motion moved. Councillor Walker, would you like to read the alternate motion?
Thank you. The alternate motion is that essentially, in accordance with the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act and the Launceston Interim Planning Scheme, a permit be refused for DA 0123/2022, and that being the change of use to a medical centre, on the grounds that 1, the loss of the established garden and construction of a car parking within the primary front setback is considered to have a negative visual impact on the established residential streetscape character of the surrounding areas, and therefore does not comply with clauses 10.4.13 and clause 10.4.14. And secondly, the number of vehicles generated by the centre is considered too great for the established residential area and does not comply with the clause E 4.5.1.
Thanks, Councillor Walker, moving an alternate motion. Is there a seconder for that alternate motion? Thank you, Councillor Spencer. Councillor Walker, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Chair, I do. And it has been interesting to hear people speak about the different interpretations of the many aspects to our planning scheme and the requirements thereof. You know, it certainly comes to mind that we are to encourage residential development that respects the existing and desired neighbourhood character. And what we have existing, of course, is a house that is well established in a residential area with established foliage vegetation around that building, which typifies the type of dwelling in the area. Of course, there are other medical centres. We have seen the growth of medical specialists moving, especially in and around St Luke's Hospital, within walking distance quite often from the CBD. But the location we're talking about today is certainly quite removed from there. You might argue that it's comparable, and that's what I mean about the interpretations of our planning scheme. And when we look at clauses 10.4.13, and you'll have to bear with me while my device catches up to me.
17.
Thank you. The location of car parking, to minimise the visual impact on the streetscape, and also clause 10.4.14, being that, if I can navigate to there, We'll get there soon. Right. Oh, sorry, you'll have to bear with me a sec. If I just move on to the second point, the number of vehicles generated by the centre are considering too great for the established residential area. Well, of course, comparing the amount of movements that are predicted on average per day from this centre to the absolute movement of traffic on Elfin Road is one way of looking at that. It is a busy road, and it is, somewhat difficult for people to navigate, considering single lane each way. If a car does have to stop, turn against the flow of traffic anywhere, it does cause some interruption to that flow of traffic. We're in a 60 km/h zone there, but what's worse is we also have a crest of a hill quite close to this location. And while on the one hand, adding that many cars to the street would not be in itself and of itself a huge impact, as was correctly highlighted by those percentages. But people having to navigate to cross the flow of traffic in different directions and then enter a small car park that will have a significant impact on the visual character of the neighbourhood is not something that I would like to see happen in that part of Launceston, indeed in any residential area. So for those reasons, that's why I've moved the alternate motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Question, Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just wanted to, given that the second clause relates to the number of vehicles generated by the specific specialist medical centres considered to be too great, established residential. I note that we had technical advice from our infrastructure team in regards to the traffic movement, so I just wouldn't mind if there's an officer here today just to talk about the road movements and whether it's a technical analysis, whether it's taking into account the specific location of the building. Given that somebody lived there, there are movements on and off the road now as a residence, but those additional movements, given the fact it's between two streets and there is a rise in the hill to go over towards Newstead, as to sort of the technical or the analysis that was done by our internal department as to the road traffic movements.
Thanks, Councillor McKenzie. Acting Manager Nick.
Good afternoon, all. So in terms of the volume, so the figure of 96 vehicles a day has been thrown around. We don't believe that that's an issue, as I think one of the speakers quoted one vehicle every 5 minutes on average, which is probably about correct. We look at the capacity of Elfin Road to absorb that amount of traffic turning on or off. We don't have any particular concerns there. The proximity of the crest that's been referred to, whilst we haven't done a full on-site investigation and measured site distances, just a cursory desktop assessment indicates that it would likely comply with the standards. That's as far as our investigation's gone into those 2 points.
Thank you so much. Any further questions, Councillor McKenzie? Seconder of the alternate motion, Councillor Spencer.
Thanks, Deputy. I'm just concerned with noise from this application because of the 30 or 40 people who actually probably be walking past the next door neighbour's living room within 3 metres. Now, that's a lot of people talking to each other. Older people talk louder. 3 metres away. These neighbours are going to hear this all day. That's my main concern, that, plus the parking with a bad hill. The road's not designed for 96 car movements extra a day. That is a lot. There's a shortage of housing. There's another problem I've got. There's no housing for anyone. There's other available spots where these doctors can actually go. Noise is my main concern for the neighbours. So, and the car movements. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spencer. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you. look, I hope that I'm fairly consistent in the way I approach planning matters and the way I look at things, and I keep reminding our councillors that we're here to assess things under a planning scheme and the determinations we're making. And whilst I personally love the refusal motion from the point of view that I don't like the development, and I thank Mr and Mrs Gillard for showing me and explaining their problems to me yesterday. And I think they said they've lived there for 34 years. I think I probably trumped you. I think I lived around the corner and nearby for about 37 or 38 years. So I know the area very, very well. I know the traffic that's generated up and down Elfin Road and the egress and ingress out of the side streets and the buildings that are close on Elfin Road and the difficulties people associate with it. I guess I sit here and I look at it from a planning point of view, and I'd have to say the alternate motion, whilst I like it, I think it's very thin in what it might do. And I guess from my perspective, in looking at from a planning perspective, all of the items that are there are met. I don't like the idea of people being able to zigzag across Elfin Road to go into the property. As we say, noticed the bus today sitting there, if somebody was turning right into that property to park, anybody coming behind is probably going to have to stop if there's a bus or a bus stop or there's something there. So it's actually quite challenging from that point of view. So actually interrupting the traffic flows as people turn across the traffic is a major concern of mine. I take on board the expert analysis that's been given by our infrastructure people and their lack of concern on the basis of only a movement every 5 minutes on a very busy road, and therefore traffic's egressing and ingressing on that road all day from everywhere. So it is a busy road. So I like, and I don't like the fact that parking, as I know when I go and park, I used to park at my doctor's in Norwood, I didn't go to their car park, it was easy to park on the road. So I'm going to park on the road if I get a choice, because it's actually easier, because I don't actually have to then turn out and get onto the main road. So if I'm parked on a parking spot, I'll be there. If we noted today, there were car parks beyond where we were that were actually full, and probably full of prep school, either teachers or people visiting the prep school. So that's going to change. That's not going to change day in, day out. So there's limited parking, I think 2 spots outside 108A, and therefore that makes it problematic. So where do people go if they don't want to park in there? They'll zip round the corner, Lime Avenue, Richard Street and Rupert Street. Most of the off-road parking is actually on the verge. There's actually no off-street parking in the main. It's actually mainly just nature strips, so people will park on those. So from a personal point of view, I have every sympathy and I agree with the concerns that have been expressed by the residents next door. And from a technical point of view, from a personal point of view, I have a sympathy for it. But I really do concern myself with the fact that we vote against this today. It'll end up in the tribunal, and I also note that probably it will be more difficult to get approved under the new planning scheme, but this is done under the 2015 scheme, so therefore that's the assessment it will be, and if it goes to the tribunal, it'll get assessed under that. I'm concerned that we may be just spending money of the council to go to a appeals tribunal on this, so I'm interested to see what other people say. I like the intent of it, I like the outcome of it, but I'm not sure that under the planning scheme we've actually got the right to do it.
Thank you, Councillor McKenzie. Councillor Soward.
Thanks, Deputy, and I will try not to repeat what's already been said, but a lot of my thinking is in line with points that Councillor McKenzie made. I want to first start by thanking Mr and Mrs Gillard for their remarks and the high degree of sympathy/empathy I have with them. And I think Councillor McKenzie touched on the choices people make when they park their cars, and sometimes that, the easiest option creates hazards and annoyances and frustrations and inconveniences for residents. And I can assure Mr and Mrs Gillard, as I'm sure many in this room find, sadly, those challenges aren't just confined to Elfin Road, where people, when they're driving, make decisions and do things that they think make life easier for them, but it creates problems for other people. I live in a residential street in Launceston, have lived there for 18 years, and notice every week, it seems, more and more people who use our residential street as a shortcut somewhere create all sorts of problems, parking and traffic. So a lot of empathy with their concerns, particularly in light of the longevity they've had in the area. Similar to Councillor McKenzie, there's a lot about this alternate motion that I do like. you know, I certainly share those concerns that are raised by the alternate motion. However, my concern and the reason that I will find difficulty in supporting it is I really worry about our ability to defend it at the tribunal. This, to me, Deputy, is a really challenging one because when we sit as a planning scheme, you know, we are faced with some challenges, and this, to me, is a very close one to the line. It sails very close to the mark, in my view. I think that, again, when we sit as a planning scheme, and Councillor Mackenzie touched on that, you know, commentary around there's not enough housing in Launceston or whatever, you know, that's really nothing to do with what we're dealing with here. We have to deal with what is in front of us. So I do have a lot of sympathy with the Gillards, and others have contacted me from the area and recognise that any business going into this particular premises will create change to the traffic movements and the challenges. But my main concern is, and I guess when we sit as a planning authority, this council, Deputy, gets criticised all the time. No one ever thanks us for how we spend money, but they tell us with all the mistakes we make. So I'd be really, really concerned about going down this angle, seeing this alternate motion get through today. As much as I like what it's trying to do, it ends up in the tribunal, and then all of a sudden we're spending money trying to defend something that I believe, and on the information that I've seen, would be very, very challenging to defend. So full credit, Councillor Walker, for what you've tried to bring forward here, but I think the grounds are a little bit skinny for us to defend, and as such, reluctantly, I won't be able to support it. Thanks, Deputy.
Thank you, Councillor Soward. Are there any other contributions for the alternate motion? Councillor Preece.
Yes, I just have a question in relation to the traffic. You said that it was a desktop study looking at the number of cars, and also that it would likely comply in relation to the sight lines from the entrance to the property and the crest south of their property. Can you just confirm how likely you think it would comply, or is that not able?
Acting Manager Nick.
Yeah, so just for some context, not every single development application is referred to our team for detailed assessment. They go through a triage assessment of sorts. This wasn't referred because at a cursory look we didn't believe there was any concerns, and that's essentially where that got to. So no, we haven't measured it. So I'm not going to comment on how likely it is. That was our cursory assessment.
Any other questions, Councillor Preece? Did you wish to speak to the item? No? Yes?
Yes, thank you. I am concerned about the matter of the traffic. Richards Avenue entering onto Elfin Road is a route that I would avoid because of that crest of hill. The alternate motion, I would like to be able to support it, and like other councillors have said, that it is a little bit thin, and I think it would end up in the tribunal now. I really don't want to support this development, but from a personal perspective, but in light of sitting as a planning decision, I think that unfortunately I will have to support the original motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Preece. Councillor Harris.
Thank you. Yes, it is a difficult one. Like others, I like the intent of the alternate motion. I think when the planning scheme of inner residential was developed, the intention of a medical room was probably intended to be a GP living close by to its community, rather than a specialist plastic surgery that would probably serve the whole of the city, if not the region. I'm not sure how many plastic surgeons are in Scottsdale. So from that point of view, I do have a problem with the change of use, and particularly what that change of use could then be used for in the future, but we can only assess it on what it is today. The condition that says only 2 consultants at any time is somewhat unenforceable by council without having a councillor sitting or an enforcement officer sitting every day watching what comes in and out, how many doctors there are. And if should 3 turn up, he might say, I'm simply doing paperwork. And so therefore, not seeing clients, so therefore it's totally acceptable. Of course, if there were 3 consulting rooms in use, then this particular development application would require 12 parking spots, not 10, and so therefore wouldn't be compliant. So it is a very difficult one for us to have to assess. Like others, I think there are some concerns. I do think that the loss of the established garden and the construction of the car parking in the primary setback is something that in a residential zone we should work very hard to avoid, and therefore I think that's our strongest part of this particular motion, because it will change the residential character of the street. And I travel up and down past this building every day that I come to the city, living south of the city, and as such am aware of the traffic, and certainly what everyone has said, the turning of the vehicles will always stop it. The Richards Avenue corner is problematic. The Lime Avenue one is not so bad with longer sight lines. But it is, I am torn is the word, thank you, between supporting this alternate motion on one side with my heart and the other side of the head that says we'll possibly lose if we're taken to the Planning Appeals Tribunal and therefore incur a cost. However, perhaps it's worth protecting our inner residential areas. I personally do not like the development, the ribbon development that occurs along our major roads with such surgeries and other medical facilities. It does seem to be medical, I'm not picking on those particularly, all the way right back to the top of Elephant Road. I think it spoils what was a wonderful residential precinct and something that our city should be proud of. And I think as each house is slowly being turned into a business, I think that actually changes the nature of our city and also the neighbourhood as well. So you're still yet to change my mind. Anyone else want to speak to perhaps help me make my mind up? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Are there any other contributions with regard to the alternate motion? There being none, Councillor Walker, would you like to close?
Thank you, Chair. I do wish to close, and I thank everyone for their contributions. Of course, the planning scheme is a living, breathing beast. It's not something that's static, that never changes. It does change, and sometimes sending a signal, as difficult as it may be, because these are, what you might call a line ball decision, is another mechanism in the planning scheme itself. There's a reason why there is a tribunal. It's not for you to avoid using it at all costs if you think that if there's a chance that you might lose. These things have to be tried and tested at different times. Of course, we're going through a change in our planning scheme at the moment. These things do change. Now, here we have a development that, on many levels, in my mind, fails to meet the previous, or what you might say, former planning scheme, our interim planning scheme. And if we were to refer back to what the gentleman who was speaking for the proponent was quoting, the zone purpose is to provide for compatible non-residential uses that primarily serve the local community. Now, of course, these things are up for interpretation to some degree. What's the local community? Someone from anywhere in northern Tasmania who goes to see a surgeon. And what's compatible? Is compatible having up to 90 cars a day, 3 metres from your lounge room, starting and stopping? Is that compatible? Maybe you think it is. Non-residential uses are not to adversely affect residential amenity. If next to your house, tomorrow, starting tomorrow, there were 90 vehicle movements per day, 3 or 4 metres from one of your rooms, do you think that might affect your amenity in some way? Of course, you would think that. And yet, you're still saying that this may not be supported by the planning scheme requirements. 10.1.1.4, to encourage residential developments that respects the existing and desired neighbourhood character. How do we determine what that is? What is the desired neighbourhood character? Well, I suppose we have to look at the existing neighbourhood character. Largely a row of residential buildings. Yes, if you go 800 metres, maybe a kilometre or more away, you'll find a preponderance of medical facilities. As I say, within walking distance to the CBD or St Luke's Hospital. You know, perhaps it's incumbent upon the council to better manage this process. I think that's becoming patently clear here, that there's a process going on where ribbon or strip development is occurring, and we might feel somewhat powerless to have an effect upon that. But, you know, what concerns me most is you could go round the corner from this place up into the leafy suburbs of East Launceston, or any general residential suburb you like in Launceston, and this could be occurring right next to your house. Now, this is not even discussing the intricacies of traffic movement, not the percentage of traffic movement compared to the total on Elfin Road, but the difficulties that may be created by people turning against the flow of traffic and holding up that traffic. So for that reason, I certainly do commend this alternate motion to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. So to be clear, we are voting on the alternate motion, which is a motion for refusal. All those in favour of the alternate motion raise their hand. That is 5 councillors. Those against raise their hand. That is 3 councillors. Those abstaining. Councillor Daking is abstaining. Recorded as against. Therefore, the motion for refusal is approved, is carried. We'll take the names again in ensuring we've got the names listed. So Councillor Walker is for, Councillor Spencer is for, Councillor Harris is for, Councillor Dawkins is for, Councillor Gibson is for. Those against are Councillors Soward, Priest, McKenzie, and abstaining is Councillor Daking, which will be recorded as against. Anthea, is that all good for you? Great. Thank you. We move to item 9.3, 6 Meadowbank Road, Newnham. And we've got a speaker, Craig.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm Craig Digney, I live at 4 Meadowbank Road. Howdy, Rob, how you going? I'd just like to talk about for the development that's got 4 by 4 bedroom units on an internal block. The driveway access is listed as 6 metres wide as a maximum. We've planned garden on each side of that 6 metres. Looking at 4 by 4 bedroom units in that location, there could be an expectation that each one of those bedrooms would be individually let if it's as a rental property, so you could end up with over 16 individuals using that property. Each property has only 2 car parking spots. The query would be, where would the rest of the people park? There's no parking in Meadowbank Road. The access to Meadowbank Road at the cul-de-sac end is significantly small, reduced, 6.5 metres wide. Imagine the traffic flow of what's been suggested of 40 movements per day based on 2 cars per. Then if you double that with that amount, that's significant. That's 80 movements of cars moving into a cul-de-sac that's tiny. Just doesn't make sense that someone, I don't think it's even been taken into account, looking at that, to work out and say how many movements are coming into that small location. On my own personal view is we have some overshadowing problems with Unit 1. It was addressed to a degree with some changes in the initial plan, but there's still shadowing, particularly in the morning, and can you imagine in the winter period for the 3 to 4 months of winter, no sun in your backyard in the morning? My backyard basically becomes a damp hole. To take that morning sun away because the building is going to be 4 metres high, and already being that the lay of the land is already higher than my block already, it could be much from the lay of my land to be 5 or 6 metres high by the time you have a look at it. So I just ask you if that's taken into account when looking at this sort of proposal, what impact it has on the traffic, in the parking, and also the overshadowing. So, thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Craig. Are there any other speakers for 6 Meadowbank Road? There being none, someone to move the motion, construction of 4 dwellings. Moved Councillor Mackenzie. Seconded Councillor Harris. Question from Councillor Soward.
Thanks very much, Deputy. And Mr Digney raised a couple of points there that our officers might be able to provide a bit of clarity on. I just wonder if our officers could explain when the assessment's done, whether they do indeed look at the issue that he raised about perhaps a 3 or 4 bedroom unit actually being occupied by a number of different people. Sublet, I think was the words he used. If that's something that's looked at when officers do their assessments. Thanks.
Town Planner Ian.
Thank you. Generally not. I guess when an application's lodged for a residential use, whether it's multiple or single dwelling, we can, I guess, assess the application against the provisions of the scheme. We wouldn't necessarily take into consideration subletting a single dwelling.
Any further questions, Councillor Soward?
Thanks very much. And just a supplementary, that was almost sort of like a Dorothy Dixon, because I sort of did know what Ian was going to say. But the reason I guess I did ask that was raised. I guess my follow-up question, Deputy, would be, given that obviously how properties are used does change over time, if there were changes to the scheme in future, would that impact upon how officers may assess applications in the future?
Hypothetically speaking, Town Planner Ian.
So could you clarify?
Sorry, so what I'm asking is that, bearing in mind as, changes may occur in the future where subletting and multiple occupants may become more common, would that be something that could only be dealt with if the scheme is changed?
Yeah, look, it's not something we could consider under this planning scheme. Yeah.
Question, Councillor Mackenzie.
Sorry, just to relate to the other question or other matter raised by Mr Digney, which is about the overshadowing into his backyard and particularly during the winter months. You might just explain how we do that?
Yeah, look, this is the second iteration of this application that's come across. Some changes have been made. The applicants put in a lot of effort to essentially include the majority, the bulk of the buildings within the prescribed building envelope under the acceptable solution. There are a couple of instances where they're actually outside of that envelope, and I think 2 of those are the private areas of private open space, the decks. Notwithstanding, they did provide shadow diagrams that we've reviewed, and I guess the assessment against those provisions where we have to consider the performance criteria, which looks at, is there going to be an unreasonable loss of amenity or overshadowing? I guess we've looked at those and considered that it would be reasonable based on the site conditions, the constraints, and I guess the amount of development within and outside of the building envelope.
Mover, Councillor Mackenzie, do you wish to speak? Councillor Harris has a question.
Sorry, yes, I have a question for Ian. In regard to the shadow diagram, from what Mr Digney was saying, obviously he's at number 4, I think he said.
Yeah.
So can you explain what on the 21st of June, which of course is the day when the sun is at its lowest, his backyard will be in sun for how long? Will be in the shadow of the buildings for how long?
Yeah, I'll just have to check.
Yep, please. Because the diagrams are given to us do seem to me to be a bit confusing, because it looks very much like the sun, that the shadows stay there most of the day, which seems rather unusual. But
Councillor Harris, would you be happy for Town Planner to seek that out while Councillor Mackenzie's speaking? Is that okay with you? Mover, Councillor Mackenzie.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. And again, I think the answer is 12 p.m. was the 12 p.m. Yeah, I think was the time that the shadowing was there on the 21st of June. So basically, no sunlight much in the backyard during the morning. I think this is from my memory and reading of it. Again, I wanted those questions. I thank Councillor Soward for asking the first one, because I think it's always important, because we're always faced with these things, and amount of sunlight that people get in their backyards and in their private open space and things like that is something which is important, and I agree with them. And the question is how that affects their amenity when they lose it because of buildings that are built beside them and the overshadowing goes into their backyard for an extended period of time. As I've found over the last 11 years of being on this council, pretty much the decision is really based around the 21st of June and the sun diagrams at those stages. And if there's 3 hours of sunlight onto the available area during that period of time, then that's deemed to be acceptable under the solution. So that's how amenity's been defined, and I think probably what goes back to the tribunal is the way that's assessed in the tribunals as well. So I guess whilst, again, when you get these situations, you sympathise with the people who are affected by these things, and I certainly understand the comments and questions and things that were raised by the representative. In relation to the car movements, again, sympathise with his comment, but it's a very hypothetical thing. We've got a set of standards which, based on the fact that you've got a 4-bedroom house or a unit, these are the expected movements of cars that need to go in and out of that, and that's what they do their assessments on. So until such time as, I guess, time tells us that that measurement is not an accurate way to deal with it, that'll be the way we'll assess planning applications into the future until such time as that changes. So I'm comfortable that the assessments have been made. We drove out there and had a look at the block today. To say the block is easy is an understatement, because it is steep on an angle, a very steep driveway to get into a very difficult sort of block in the back. There are a number of performance criteria, things that have needed to be met. There's a lot of digging down to sort of dig into the thing because it's a hill, and that's probably better. It takes away apparent height because it's dug into the banks a lot. There are a number of things like privacy, overshadowing, things like that that have been dealt with. And I think that if you look through the questions that have been put by representatives and the answers that have been given by our officers, I think that what we're putting onto this block is probably appropriate and actually gives a good solution for a difficult block. So therefore I'll be supporting it today.
Thanks. Councillor Mackenzie, answer to Councillor Harris's question.
Thank you. Yeah, look, as was just mentioned, generally what we look at is 21st of June, shortest day of the year. It's where the biggest impact for overshadowing is going to occur. From the diagrams provided, I mean, you start looking at 10 a.m. Yep, there's sort of streak. Same with 11. From 12 o'clock is when we start looking at, well, there's a reasonable amount of sunlight coming in. I guess something that's important to point out in this is the development, the units, the majority are within that envelope. If you took away those couple of areas of private open space, you'd be looking at, you wouldn't be considering sort of your overshadowing at all. So I guess that comes into the assessment under that performance criteria as well. What are the effects outside of that building envelope that we also need to consider? And what's the effect of I guess, the application when it's wholly compliant, or if it would be compliant, and what parts are compliant with the acceptable solution, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Harris.
I'm not sure that I totally get what you're saying there. I am also interested from a shadowing point of view, whilst the new units will shadow his backyard in the morning, as the afternoon sun goes over the yard arm and swings around, his own property will start to shadow. Is that shown on your diagrams, or is that not something to be considered? Because it would seem to me that potentially he could have a very short window and not actually get 3 hours of sunlight.
Look, that wasn't that wasn't shown on the plans. So I guess what we can only go by are the plans that are submitted at time of lodgement.
Is there a requirement for there to be 3 full hours of sunlight available, whether you're shadowed by the new development or in fact by the existing one?
No, there's the 3 hours isn't within the performance criteria, I don't believe. I think the performance criteria only looks at what's reasonable or unreasonable, and gives a time frame, I think. Just sorry, going off memory, I think between like 9 and 5.
Yes.
And it's saying, is it reasonable or is it unreasonable?
And this is considered?
Look, the assessment, yeah, but based on the design, and I guess it's a lot has to do with that it's within that envelope, and you know the majority of the buildings that will be causing that overshadowing are within an acceptable building envelope. We've taken that into consideration during the assessment of the performance criteria as well.
Okay.
Great, thanks, Town Planner Ian.
I might just
Councillor Harris.
reserve my ability to speak.
You'll reserve your right. Any other contributions? Councillor Soward.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy, and thank Mr Digney for his queries, and I also thank our planner, Mr Moore, for his responses. And I guess the reason that I asked them is that with something like this, and Mr Digney did raise that point, which I did follow up with my questions, if by virtue of the location of this, in terms of its proximity to the existing site of the university and the AMC, often something like this may be used differently than if this exact same development was located, Deputy, at Kings Meadows. And the reason I say that is if you wander around Mowbray and Newnham, there are similar type developments to this one that do have, if they're 4 bedrooms, they've got 4 different residences because students use them. And they've been doing that probably for time immemorial around since that TCAE, TSIT and the university have been there. Not that that's a bad thing, but I guess what I'm saying is that that provides some challenges. So when the scheme assesses a 4-bedroom unit, it looks at it, as Mr Moore so eloquently explained, but in reality, again, depending upon where it is, it may be used very differently. And as I said, I'm not advocating and saying it's a good or a bad thing, but Mr Digney's concerns certainly, are very common concerns for developments like that in that area. And as I said, they probably have been for some time. The challenge we have, again, as I touched on in an earlier item, when we sit as a planning authority under the scheme, is we are bound by how the scheme operates and how that assessment occurs. So, again, that's why I asked that question. So into the future, perhaps there may even be, not that I'm a planner, but there may even be opportunities where developments in certain areas are viewed differently. Because as I said, if this was being dealt with at Kings Meadows, it's nowhere near the existing or the future University of Tasmania, it may not have that same potential that it does when you wander around the areas around Newnham and Mowbray currently. And I reckon if I'm got my crystal ball out, when the university does move, there may be some change of uses for properties in Invermay that may have different rooms tenanted out to students who rent and share a kitchen and all that. So I thank Mr Digney for raising his concerns, and again, as I said, it's certainly a challenging one for that, but the scheme assesses as the scheme does. So unfortunately, it doesn't give us a lot of room to move. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Soward. Councillor Harris.
Back to me, righto. So, yes, look, on the surface I was happy to support this 4 4-bedroom units on a 1,800 square metre block. Challenging to build on because of its slope, no doubt about it, but nevertheless efficient use of the land, and there were 5 discretions for us in regard to the earthworks and retaining walls, which is to be expected on a sloping block, as well as the setback and some site coverage. And car parking was another one of those discretions. So I think that in balance, that whilst it's not my favourite development that I would want to approve, I will be supporting this particular development today because I do feel that perhaps the overshadowing may not be as bad as feared, particularly on other days than the 21st of June. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. And look, I'll start by asking a couple of questions before I clear my hand. If I could ask about the visitor car park, it seems to be attached to one of the dwellings. you think that has an impact on who would use that particular car space? It's like a carport, I think, on the side of one dwelling, rather than a standalone visitor car park, if that makes sense. I mean, is that desirable?
Town Planner Ian.
Yeah, look, from my understanding, oh, sorry, one moment. Sorry. Yeah, so the question again?
The question essentially is that the one visitor car parking space is a visitor carport attached to Unit 4, the first property on the left-hand side as you enter the property. As far as I'm aware, there's no other visitor car parking space.
No.
That is the only one. I'm just saying, is it desirable that that is attached to one of the dwellings, considering, I presume, this is the one visitor space for the entire complex?
Yeah, that's right. The scheme doesn't really provide any direction on where that visitor space has to be. And if going by the slope and then the constraints of the site, they've probably found the first available area where they probably don't have to excavate too much to make an achievable and car park to the appropriate standard.
Another question, Councillor Walker.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just in regards to I know we've covered the overshadowing and we might have done that to death already, but of course it's of a concern that morning sun in the middle of winter is something that we all appreciate, if we can get a little bit of it. And my concern, I suppose, was there any discussion about addressing that during the consultation process, I suppose, reducing the site to potentially 3 rather than 4 dwellings? It would seem that that 4th dwelling has meant that overshadowing, although it's, it looks like by about 11 o'clock or so, it's mostly minimised, but it's those first couple of hours in the morning that it seems to have the most impact on. Was there any discussion about that?
Yeah, look, once concerns are raised, we do always try to go to the applicant to see is there any possibility to address these concerns. Sometimes that is, or that can result in changes. In this instance, there were no changes. I think they'd gone through the process once. I think they were just keen to get it to a meeting for a decision.
Thanks, Ian.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Councillor Walker? You can speak. Sure.
Thank you. And it is it is probably the greatest concern of mine. I agree with, I don't know which speaker it was perhaps Councillor Soward, saying that if you go to this area, you will see numerous examples of similar types of developments, quite 2-bedroom units in a complex of units, most often on a more level surface, nonetheless. Of a similar design, and I actually congratulate the designer here, the ingenuity of, when you first look at it, you think, what, 4-bedroom apartments? 4 4-bedroom apartments, and yes, sure enough, there is. They are quite compact. They seem to be, full of utility and all of that sort of thing. The one, difficulty is that impact on the lower southern side of the block, I suppose, that will definitely overshadow the neighbours in the morning. If indeed, as we're reassured, that does meet the planning scheme, then I have no objection on those grounds. I sympathise with the neighbours, no doubt. As I say, that morning sun is something that we all appreciate, but we take less consideration of the block of land and more consideration on how it impacts the building itself. So it may well be that morning sun still makes it to that dwelling. And certainly my other concern is that parking. I know that there's one visitor car park provided. Ideally, it would be 2. We're talking about, potentially 16 people, and I would agree with the representation. This is close to the university. This is designed. It's certainly going to suit families, and, you know, that's a great thing, but it would also suit single people looking for compact shared accommodation, being in close proximity to an education facility. You might think that was also appropriate. I certainly know people in that area who are in exactly that situation. So I do have my concerns about that visitor car parking. You know, I would almost go to the point of there should be a sign at the front gate that's saying, you know, limited parking, because once you go in there, that one visitor car park attached to a dwelling is probably not going to be used by the visitor, because they think, well, that's not where I'm going to. That belongs to that complex, that building. So, while I understand it's on a slope, I can also suggest that in this case, and I don't know if it was countenance, well, I suppose it was to some degree, judging by the discussion, that 3 of these apartments would have been ideal on this location. It would have met all the planning criteria. It wouldn't have overshadowed the neighbour. Here we have 4, and here we have a vote. I'm similar to Councillor Harris. Have my reservations, but I can see how it meets the scheme. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Anyone else to further the debate? Councillor Mackenzie, do you wish to close?
Yeah, just briefly. Look, thanks everybody for their contribution. Look, difficult blocks will often have solutions which are difficult to interpret and understand, and they will have impact when they're on a slope. People who sit below them will probably be somewhat impinged by overlooking issues, overshadowing issues. People above them will see bulk going down over the top of them. So I think the reality of it is that's part of anybody living somewhere where there's a hill involved. I mean, I live on a hill. I look over into my my next door neighbour's fence, over his backyard, because I'm on a hill. And that's part of the thing that does, and I may overshadow part of his driveway as a result of where I live as well. This has been done, it's been assessed against the scheme. The performance criteria are there to see whether there are performance criteria that then brings developments into the scheme by looking at reasonable tests against them. That's how the officers assess them against them and come back and recommend this for approval. So I'm going to approve this today.
Thanks, Councillor Mackenzie. We'll put the vote. All those in favour raise their hand. That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. We move to item 9.4, 7 Burn Street, construction of additions to an existing dwelling and construction of an additional dwelling. We have a number of speakers. We start with Peter Frost.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Peter Frost of 25 Green Street in Vermeer. I'm also speaking on behalf of 2 people who couldn't get here today, Elizabeth Varden of 12 Burn Street and Sonia Newland of 34 Green Street. We have 3 main objections. Firstly, the fact that the proposed development is a 2-storey construction. If this is because Invermay is a perceived flood-prone area and only 2-storey new builds are to be allowed, then that ruling is unnecessary. The area around 7 Burn Street is in a low-risk area, has never been flooded, not even in the 1929 crisis. But in addition, and more seriously, the proposed structure is in no way appropriate to an area where the only 2-storey buildings are unusual and interesting architecturally and historically. This building will have a significant visual impact. Its height of 6.5 metres will be clearly visible from neighbouring properties and most nearby streets. It's completely inappropriate in colour, scale and materials to the existing architecture and streetscape. Regarding setback and privacy, from the point of view of existing neighbours, the fact that the proposed townhouse is 2 storeys high amounts to an invasion of nearby private space and loss of light and social amenities. Second point, density. There are 4 double bedrooms planned in the proposed new building. This could result in up to 8 people crammed into the space. As has already been mentioned, there is a likelihood of this being used as university accommodation. This is in addition to the 3 double bedrooms in the existing house, and I don't see how the possibility of up to 14 people living on one block can comply with any council guidelines regarding density. Third point, parking and traffic. The provision of 4 very tight parking places on site has the potential to create difficulties. occupiers will surely decide to park on the street rather than further reduce the very limited living space around their dwelling. It seems short-sighted to increase the existing use of on-street parking by the addition of 4, almost certainly more, vehicles. Local residential traffic already has difficulty in exiting right from that part of Invermay onto Invermay Road, as there's only one as there is only one intersection with lights at Forster Street, and that will become seriously congested at peak times with traffic from the UTAS car park and Churchill Park sporting precinct. Despite this, the Council Master Plan for Invermay gives as its first aim avoid congestion and as its third aim minimise traffic impact on Invermay Road. Summing up then, the recent boom in house prices in Invermay indicates that people are enthusiastic about the peaceful ambience and open spaces of Invermay. The planned 2-storey development at 23 Lytton Street was refused, partly because it was so out of keeping with the surrounding streetscape. We urge you, please, to block this development too, not because we're against development, but because we believe that single-storey builds are more in keeping, more appropriate with this area. In the longer term, I'd also urge the Launceston City Council to reconsider its approach to Invermay. Perhaps it's time to consider preserving the unique atmosphere of this suburb and put a stop to inappropriate developments designed for short-term financial gain in order to protect the architectural heritage and social amenities of the area. Perhaps the Council could consider long-term some form of covenant or heritage zoning in Invermay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Peter. Next, we welcome Sue Milner.
Thank you. My name's Sue Milner. I live at 27 Green Street. I'm directly south of the development. I'd like to start by saying I'm not anti-development. If this was a single story, I'd have no proposal about it. Doesn't worry me. But the proposal in 7 Burn Street will do nothing to enhance the area. It's completely out of character for the suburban area. That's proposed. It's not anything like any of the single-storey developments that have been done previously. And even though this is being placed in the backyard of an existing home, it will be clearly visible from at least 3 streets. From Green Street, it will be completely visible as there's only a small unit over which it will completely dominate. This 6.5 metre high double-storey building will take all northern light from my living areas and throw shadow on my home for most of the day. It will deprive all of the surrounding homes of any privacy from their back windows to their backyards, as it will be impossible to screen out. As this council recently voted against 2 modern 2-storey units that were inappropriate for the area at 23 Lytton Street, a decision that was backed by the tribunal in Hobart, when this decision was challenged, it would stand to reason that the proposal at 7 Burn Street, which will be more intrusive than this, the one that was proposed for Lytton Street, I see no difference between these 2 proposals, so it should be given the same outcome, a no vote. I know the council is probably considering this proposal for the rental opportunities that it offers, but these rental opportunities could be achieved just as well with a less intrusive plan, as it does not need to be 2 storeys. I also believe that the only winners should this proposal proceed will be the developers. The homeowners around it will be the losers. This development will make our homes undesirable. Please ensure that no bad precedents are set that will allow an avalanche of bad proposals to be introduced that will completely destroy the quiet, leafy character of our suburb, that is Invermay. As our elected representatives, I implore you to help us retain our beauty of our suburb. Please be consistent about what is suitable, a bar that you have already set with 23 Lytton Street, and vote no to this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Next on the list is Sam Haberley.
Hello councillors, hope you're having a good day. I'll just cut to the chase here. So we've got 2 discretions.
So if we actually change those two discretions, this could actually be approved, permitted, permit required. It wouldn't actually require advertising at all, and we could have an approval and get on with it. First one is visitor car parking. There's 4 car spaces allowed on site, 2 for each dwelling. I feel that is more than sufficient for 2 dwellings on a site of almost 700 square metres. We can put an additional one in. It just means that one of the occupants will lose a little bit of yard space. The second one is building envelope. The building envelope encroachment is simply my laptop cut in half diagonally. So it's a little triangle like that that's 90 mil wide. In 2 occasions, a single solar panel would overshadow more or cause more loss of amenity than that building envelope encroachment. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. Someone to move the motion. Councillor Dawkins has moved the motion. Seconded, Councillor McKenzie. Question from Councillor Spencer.
Just wondering what this property is going to be built out of. Is it going to be cladded? That's tin, is it? And how many other properties in the area have been built with the same product?
Senior Town Planner Catherine, Building Materials.
It mentions cladded. Is that just tin, is it?
Pardon?
It mentions cladded.
There's a mixture of cladding materials.
Just into the microphone for the recording.
Sorry, there's a mixture of cladding materials, and I just can't read what that says here. Sorry, can you read the... Sorry, I can't.
Manager Planning.
Sorry.
As Catherine points out...
Just into the mic.
There is a mixture of materials. It's Scion Axon, Scion Linear, concrete block, James Hardy Easy Lap, and a select vertical timber cladding. So the first 2, the Scion products, are a concrete sheet type product or a composite type sheet product. Easy Lap is similar, with a paint which would be painted, and the vertical timber cladding could be any species, but it does say naturally stained.
The second part of the question was with regard to neighbourhood character. How many others are like that?
Without doing a survey, it's difficult to say, but one thing that can be said is this is a contemporary style, and so to the extent that this is contemporary, it is different, and it's not unusual for new buildings to be built in a contemporary style, even in areas of a different character.
Thanks. Any further questions, Councillor Spencer?
No, thank you.
Mover, Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. It's with immense respect to the speakers today who rose to oppose this development. With reflection on the Lytton Street property, I understand that's at the Supreme Court, and the sense is that we'll have more information about that, but it's certainly by no means a done deal that that townhouse will not be developed in that site, which is, I guess, unfortunate for us because we voted against it. But that is the nature of the planning scheme, which is trying to balance the needs of the community, the needs of a growing community, the needs for more housing in a community against the general amenity of that community. This is a general heritage precinct. It does have a beautiful character and feel to it, and this development does present a difference. There's no doubt about it. This will be a different build for this community. It's an additional dwelling at 7 Burn Street, but the entire area of 681 square metres does pass the test for that additional dwelling. As was pointed out, the 90 mil parapet is a very, very minor discretion outside the existing planning scheme, which would have, of course, allowed this development to go straight through. Being short one car spot, it's come up time and time again. It's certainly been the topic of discussion today. Do we expect every visitor to a property to drive into that property? We test it generally amongst ourselves, and we find that we don't, in general, use those sort of facilities. Would 1 or 2 cars on that street hamper the general movement of the people who live there now? We don't believe so. We understand that any change can be difficult, and we know people of Invermay are fiercely proud of their beautiful community, as they should be. But this development today, I do not believe, and as the planning scheme has been tested, and it also doesn't believe, will present as big a challenge as perhaps it's been put today. And we don't believe there's any way that this could be tested in the tribunal or in further courts and would be refused.
Thanks, Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thanks, and I thank all the speakers, the representatives and the proponents as well. Again, going back, and I think Mr Haverley probably explained it well, there are two discretions that we're actually assessing under today, and that's the how far it is outside the building envelope, and as he explained, it's actually a very small amount, and the parking, which he said he can fix, but that may well actually be adverse to the amenity of the building that's being done. And given that probably at the moment, with the existing building there's probably only one car park that goes off the street now, actually going to get 2 car parks for the house. So it actually probably improves the overall amenity for that building. Who, what, where lives in this building is another issue that we can't actually deal with. All we know is under the standard, the parking provisions require a certain number of parking spaces for cars based on the building that's built and the number of bedrooms it has. At 6.5, it could have actually been 8.5, I think, is the maximum height. So they're actually not going to the maximum they could have done. The building is set, the new building is set behind an existing building, and somewhat, and I think as the report says, the building in front is at 5.5 metres, so it's actually only with the tip of the roof, so it's only 1 metre above that sitting behind. So it's actually not going to dominate the landscape of the building. Now, not having been and sat there and looked at what it affects on the backyards of the places that are on the adjacent boundaries, I don't know, but the reality of it is this building is built within the building envelope, apart from that small discretion, and therefore is appropriate, and therefore overshadowing, overlooking, and all those sorts of things are dealt with. So I think we should approve this today.
Thanks, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Soward.
Thanks very much, Deputy, and I too would like to start by thanking the representatives for their contributions, particularly the first speaker, who I think was speaking on behalf of 2 or 3 other people. Deputy, I'm just going to start my contribution by looking, as I often do, at the responses and issues raised in the representation section. And sometimes, Deputy, we find that people who feel really passionately against a particular development or something going ahead ask some questions and our officers reply. And the reason I highlight those is sometimes some of those fears, if you will, are, I guess, because people don't always understand how the scheme works. So a couple that I want to highlight. And first of all, and it's touched on in several of the issues there, when we sit as a planning authority, we assess everything that comes before us on its merits. We're not like a system of precedent that operates in the court system where we look at a whole heap of other decisions that have taken place. We look at everything on its merits. And I think that's a really, really good way to operate, because all of us, Deputy, as we are reminded, have to come to this process with a clear and open and impartial mind. And that's really, really important. So when people say, oh, well, you knocked something back, or you didn't approve something else, or it's got the same faults, we look at everything that's in front of us on its merits. And that is spelled out a couple of times through the answers. There were some comments about the height. Councillor Mackenzie dealt with those. There was some commentary about it being out of character. The zone allows buildings 8.5 metres, as Councillor Mackenzie touched on. There's also, Deputy, some commentary and some concerns about, that this will be a green light. I think was implied that, I'm just looking for the exact language, greedy developers will rush in and do similar things. Well, I'd accept that as perhaps emotion speaking there. I think, like the representatives and every councillor, I'm sure, around this table, Invermay is a very, very important part of our city. And I've spoken strongly previously with other applications that have come to us where I've noted similarities between the development and advancement and progress of Invermay and compared it to other similar industrial areas across the country where once upon a time there was heavy industry and wharves and all sorts of things, and now it's a real desirable place to live. So I don't like seeing things like that. It's almost like if you're a developer, it's a bad thing. And we're dealing with a matter later on in our papers today, Deputy, where we're trying to talk about how there's a housing shortage. So I'm not sure how you can sort of do both. But anyway, I'll save that comment for another time. So I do recognise the concerns of the residents, and I think Councillor Dawkins spelled out very clearly those challenges in her remarks. But I also note Mr Haberley's focus on those two discretions we have. And when you have someone explain it in the very simple terms that he did, it's very easy to see that, for instance, the footprint issue, you know, if you looked at that on a piece of paper and said the building's outside the footprint, you might go, I don't like the sound of that. But when it's demonstrated to what degree that happens, that shines another light on it. So I do accept the challenges and concerns of the residents who oppose it, but quite clearly, with the discretions that's there in front of us, as Mr Haberley highlighted, you know, I'm comfortable with what our officers have assessed, and I'll be supporting it today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Soward. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you to the previous speakers and also to our three speakers from the community in Peter, Sue and Sam. With this particular development, my notes when I went and visited today was that it's a good development. It doesn't try to mimic in the worst possible way old architecture. It is simply a new build and it is proud in its own sense. Now, whether that makes it unusual and interesting, as Peter said, as other two-storey buildings are in Invermay, I guess that's for time to tell. It is, in fact, one that meets all of the conditions of the planning scheme with those two very small discretions, and I'm quite happy to approve it here today because I think it does add to the life that is in Invermay, and I guess whether it will continue to do so is something that this, as a future council, will need to consider how Invermay will change going forward, not only under the flood scheme but other parts. But it's worth noting that this particular building does in fact have bedrooms on the ground floor, and that's in recognition of the fact that it is outside the initial flood zone or flood prone area of 1929 flood. So there is one bedroom there, and the three other bedrooms are upstairs, but they are very cleverly set back towards the middle of the block to minimise the amount of overshadowing and overlooking that can occur from those bedrooms on the surrounding properties. So I'm quite comfortable that this will be an addition to the local neighbourhood, and I'm sure over time the residents will get used to the change of view out their windows. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Spencer.
Thanks, Deputy. Yes, this does meet the planning ways, but it's out of character with the area. There's no other two-storey properties built with tin around that area and other products. They're all weatherboard, 90% of them. It's out of character. It's a visible impact on everyone looking at it. It's not like the rest of the houses. You go to Mowbray, there's heaps of units and houses behind other houses. They're all single-storey. It's not a problem. It doesn't affect anyone's sunlight, shadows, clotheslines. Not a problem. Why is it necessarily to be over 6 metres high anyway? There's no need to be that high. To be consistent with the last one I didn't vote on in May, I don't think I'll be voting on this one. If this goes through, Invermay in future is going to have one of these every couple of months behind the existing house. If it's built out of weatherboard, it's fine, but this is built out of other products that's out of the character of what the area is, 1920s. I don't think I can support it because it's out of character with a beautiful area of Invermay. 1900s, early 1900s, beautiful old houses, and this is going totally against that. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spencer. And I know you know this, but a reminder that we judge each particular item on its own merits. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the representations. I sometimes wish that we could cross-examine people when they come through the door here, because they say things that they do, bring new ideas with them. And certainly Sam Hable's justification was something, I would like to be able to talk to him about exactly what Councillor Spencer said, that there are other materials, there are other ways of indicating some homage to its surrounding neighbourhood that aren't necessarily in the planning scheme, even though we do regard the character of the neighbourhood as being important in the planning scheme. And that, that's a discussion for another day perhaps, but a skillion roof, again, not something that's apparent in that neighbourhood. I'm sure that, and I'm sure there's many reasons why the design is exactly as it is before us. Now, having said that, there's a lot to like about this. There's the existing property at the front of the block that is being obviously, retained and maintained. The extension at the back, as well as the additional dwelling, won't be immediately visible from the street, not even looking down the driveway as such. And I think that's, things that are to be commended with this particular development. There's a sensitivity there. Of course, surrounding properties will see this building. It is two-storey. And of course, the obvious reasons why. It, can create a greater floor space. And in an ideal world, perhaps we wouldn't have a mock 1900s Federation property being built in the back, but we might have something that does pay additional homage to its surroundings. That might be the pitch of the roof, that might be the materials that are being used. Unfortunately, this is not something that we can insist through the planning scheme, even though, as I say, character is something that is to be taken into account. In this case, I do not think it has an overwhelming impact on the character of the neighbourhood. It's not to say that it doesn't have any impact, and I really do appreciate the local residents and their concerns for that, because unlike Councillor Soward, I do believe we'll see a lot more of this. I do believe this is just the beginning, that I do believe that there are people who are probably surveying every block in Launceston to see which blocks can accommodate additional dwellings. That's just the nature of the business. There's money to be made. The only game in town at the moment is to be making money through property development. It may be not the only game, but, a major way of, investing your capital and getting a return. That's understandable, but it does have an impact on people's amenity. How we value that, in this case, I don't think that impact is that great. Can you argue taste in the planning scheme? Not particularly. You can if it has a detrimental effect on the character of the neighbourhood, but unfortunately, in this case, I can't agree that it has that detrimental impact. I think it's a useful addition to the neighbourhood, that there are 2 parking spaces that are, again, not visible from the street. It's not having that impact on the character of the neighbourhood. It's not changing the streetscape in any great way, but I can understand how it will have some impact on those surrounding neighbours. So just finally, I would like to just acknowledge that people in Launceston do value their heritage. I'm not saying that this particular developer doesn't, but it equally could have been that a house similar to this was earmarked for demolition to be replaced by a property like this, a modern property, and there would be very little we could do about it unless that property's listed and protected under the heritage schemes that we have. In this case, that's not happening, and you might say, well, that's irrelevant in this case, but nonetheless, those concerns are valid. We can do both. We can maintain our heritage and provide additional accommodation for people. We can have development and not have an impact on our neighbours. But it takes intelligence, and it takes designers and developers who are willing to listen to their neighbours and follow that process through from the beginning. 18 months before this was to begin, that's the time to go and knock on people's doors and have those conversations. And that's what we want to encourage, so that when we get to this stage, those conversations don't need to be had. So in summarising all that, I do commend the aspects of this development which will minimise the impact of this modern development. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Dakey.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I stand to support this application, and I suppose just on the side of the planning conditions, architecture is our visual living history. Look around town, look at it. We have new and old together, and that's how it is, and I think it's fantastic. The design of this particular building, Councillor Spencer, you'll be happy to know that the product is actually linear weatherboard. It's a new weatherboard, it's not old weatherboard, designed by one of our leading architects in the city. So setbacks tick, car parking tick. We talk about getting cars off the road, yet we're trying to provide more car parking in. We've talked about that at length. Design tick. I hope we see more of this infill development in our city. It's a sign of a strong, vibrant community.
Thanks, Councillor Daking. Councillor Dawkins, do you wish to close?
Yeah, just briefly. Okay, thank you to everyone for your contributions. I caution a little against this planning utopia where all new developments, where there's absolutely no conflict between new developments and the existing dwellings, because of course it would do us out of a job. What would we be doing if we're not here to arbitrate the planning scheme, which of course is our job. So, and I also want to speak about the height of the building again, to say that if this was a building right up against the streetscape, then of course it would be more imposing at that height. But because it's set so far back, I don't think it will change the streetscape. My strong sense is that we've seen others that will, but this one will not. And also, think again about why infill development is so important for Launceston, because urban sprawl and the traffic congestion that comes with urban sprawl has been identified clearly. We've seen what happened in the 70s as cities started stretching and building, and we didn't have infill development. It caused such enormous issues with our roads that people in lots of parts of Australia are sitting for their cars in 2 hours each way to get to work. We don't have that here, and we won't have that here. But we still need to balance that sense of how much infill development is appropriate with how far we can stretch our city. And I think the planning scheme does a reasonable job. It doesn't mean that everybody's going to be happy. Clearly they're not. But in this instance, I do not believe this is one of the most controversial decisions that we've made. It complements other architecture in the city and certainly other new architecture in the community that it's embedded in. And I recommend it for approval.
Thanks, Councillor Dawkins. Let's put the motion to the vote. All those in favour raise their hand. Those against? Those abstaining? So we have one abstaining in Councillor Spencer, 8-4. Therefore, the motion is carried 8-1. 9.5, 6 Spencer Street, East Launceston, demolish existing dwelling, construction of a new dwelling. We have one speaker listed, George Walker. Welcome back.
Thank you all. Good to be with you again. George Walker, 60 Degrees, representing the owner, Mr. Carl Ayres. Our address is Suite 103, 287 Charles Street, Launceston. Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Councillors. Item 9.5 relates to the demolition of an existing single-storey dwelling and construction of a double-storey dwelling on land located at 6 Spencer Street, East Launceston. We can confirm that we support the assessment and recommendations set out in the planning scheme assessment, except for the recommended condition 2A. This condition has been applied under the premise that the proposed garage does not satisfy acceptable solution 11.4.4A1, which relates to front setback and width of garages. The condition has been applied as an avenue for the proposed garage to satisfy the corresponding performance criteria. I can confirm that the proposed garage will actually satisfy the acceptable solution and doesn't rely on the performance criteria in which the condition has been applied. Contrary to the planning scheme assessment, clause 11.4.4A1A is satisfied on the basis that the garage door will have an opening of 5.5 metres, which is less than 6 metres, and half the width of the frontage, which is 12.5 metres. 11.4.4A1B Roman numeral I is satisfied by virtue of complying with recommended condition 2B, which requires the garage to be set back in line with the garage on the adjoining property to the west at 8 Spencer Street. In this regard, the proposed garage will be set back from the frontage no more or less than the minimum setback established by the adjoining garage to the west, which is 8 Spencer Street, and the maximum setback established by the adjoining dwelling to the east, which is 4 Spencer Street. Accordingly, clause 11.4.1A1C is satisfied, and by virtue of this, the acceptable solution for the location of the garage satisfies the acceptable solution. How is a condition able to be applied through the avenue of performance criteria when the performance criteria is not relied upon? We're therefore requesting that recommended condition 2A be removed from the planning permit on the basis that the proposed garage satisfies the acceptable solution of the standard of which the permit condition relates. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks Mr Walker. Someone to move the item 9.5. Councillor Mackenzie, a seconder. Councillor Harris. Councillor Mackenzie, do you wish to speak to the item?
Before I do, I just would mind a clarification from our officer. I think Mr Walker's actually asking us to go away from the condition of actually having to move the garage back equal to the garage next door at 8, I think.
Town Planner Ian, with regard to 2A.
Yeah, look, by condition of, well, as it stands, it doesn't meet the acceptable solution because of its location, which is on the frontage. Now, by condition, removing that or pushing that back 450 mil, then yes, it would meet because it doesn't have an opening of greater than your 4.5, and it would be in line with the adjoining. Now, saying that, I mean, yes, the condition's been recommended within that response. The proposal is still outside of the building envelope. So that 11.4.1, yes, it looks at the front, and in particular, specific provisions around our openings. But when we're looking at, just give me one moment, 11.4.3, your building envelope for single dwellings, it's still relying on the performance criteria, and we still have the ability to recommend a condition if need be.
So I'm still a little unclear on what I've moved a motion, I think, which actually...
Just have clarification from the CEO.
Just to understand that the council has provided professional advice, the officers which the council officers standing by. So obviously we've got a difference of opinion from the consulting town planner, and that's fine, that happens, but our planner has just reinforced that the advice that has been provided to the council is that which we support and we continue to. So the motion that has been recommended is certainly still the professional advice of the staff.
Thank you. That's all I need to know. Thank you. So thank you for that. So I stand here to support the application today based on the conditions that have been placed on it. To me, it looked logical that actually aligning back with the garage beside it sort of aesthetically seemed to work for me, so I was comfortable with that analysis, and in relation to the other one, which is dropping the parapet, I think by a certain amount as well, seemed to be of a reasonable thing. The reality of it is, I think it's a good development for the site and for the location. It's a difficult block because it's surrounded and it's a very small area, and it goes back reasonably deep. I think one of the issues, and I think on the eastern neighbour at 4 was concerned about the parapet wall. That's been dealt with by saying the parapet wall is staying. So I understand that the neighbour on the eastern side is quite happy with the outcome. There are some discretions that are being made or being given in the Act, under the Looper Act, as outlined there. I think there's 11.4.1 through to 11.4.5. All of the matters have been dealt with under performance criteria, and the officers have recommended approval based on those couple of conditions, and I'm happy to support that.
Thanks, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Harris.
Yes, not much more to add to that. I guess we were a little confused by Mr Walker's comments, but it just come down to a difference of professional opinion about what actually is required, and I'm happy to back our councillor's professional opinion in this case of insisting on the setback for the garage, because I think, as Councillor Mackenzie said, it makes sense, along with the 500mm reduction in the parapet wall above the garage. So I think this is a good development in a very tightly held street, and look forward to it being developed.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Any other contributions? Councillor Walker.
Question, if I may. Thank you, Chair. One argument put forward in the representation was that the garage itself consists of 2/3 of the frontage of the building. Is that not considered the setback of the building as a whole, therefore, or is it not seen, because the setback of the building itself is something to consider from the street?
Yeah, so the outbuilding is considered to be part of the dwelling.
So normally, what would the normal solution be for a setback?
Well, within the inner residential zone,
Yeah.
it's either 4.5 metres or basically in line with an adjoining lot, and yeah, so hence.
So in this case, we were aligning it with a single garage.
Yeah.
But that property, it's a single garage. This property, 2/3 of the property will be aligned with that single garage.
Yeah, so that under that clause, that's almost irrelevant.
Thank you.
Do you wish to speak also, Councillor Walker? No is fine. Anyone else? Councillor Mackenzie, do you wish to close? Let's put the motion. All those in favour raise their hand. That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. The time is 3:21. We're going to have a 5-minute break. Thank you. will reopen the meeting at 3:29, noting that during the break we haven't got a quorum. We'll wait for one more person to join us. Just a reminder, we're on air. Good questions are still welcomed. Okay. All councillors have returned with the exception of Councillor Daking, who has departed the meeting. We move to item 10, announcements by the Mayor. There are a couple of changes to the Mayor's announcements. On Thursday the 18th of August, the Mayor officiated at Vietnam Veterans Day. This was held at the Launceston RSL due to weather. The Mayor did not attend the official opening of the 40th AgFest at Quercus Park. However, he did meet yesterday with the US Consular General while she was visiting Launceston, and further attended last evening the Bushby VIP event. With those changes, they are the Mayor's announcements at 10.1. Councillors' reports, item 11. I've got 3 items that I'd like to make mention. It was wonderful to attend the Dance Sport Championships that were held at the Silverdome. Particularly wonderful to welcome a great number of interstate and in fact some overseas visitors, competitors at that particular event. Incredible to see the way that that event has grown over the years from very small beginnings in Hobart now to be hosted annually here in Launceston, attracting significant visitation, and we congratulate Andrew Palmer and the organisers of that event, which is sponsored considerably through our City of Launceston event sponsorship. It was also great to attend an event hosted by St Patrick's College that welcomed the legend that is James Morrison to Launceston to work with a variety of students from a variety of schools, but in the evening to perform alongside St Patrick's College students. And finally, on Sunday, it was a pleasure to attend the Hawks match at our stadium. Particularly pertinent was the fact that it was the final game that President Jeff Kennett would have been at, and he paid special tribute, CO, to the working relationship that the Hawks have enjoyed with our council, with the state, and a particular mention with regard to the staff who work so well to be able to present one of the most premier pit stadiums, grounds for AFL in the country, and he asked that be relayed to the staff. So, CO, if you could pass that on. Are there any other councillor reports? Councillor Spencer.
Thanks, Deputy. Yeah, I was fortunate enough to go to the TAS Championships, 13th of August, for 6.5 hours, and I totally enjoyed it. I've done a lot of things in my life, worked on the top of the A-frame at Batman Bridge, been to the MCG Grand Final, front row, but this was unbelievable. And for 6.5 hours, I didn't take my eyes off the floor. It was brilliant. And I would hate to be a judging those dances, because I couldn't think any difference in any of them. But I'll take my hat off to Andrew Palmer, because it was a well-attended event and well organised. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer. Any other councillors' reports? Questions by councillors. Are there any councillor questions without notice at item 12.2? Councillor Spencer.
Just got one question. This relates to the QV Mag building management system. Was there a separate tender for specifications and scope of works for the QV Mag building management system for the upgrade? Or was that included in the price that we got up today?
General Manager Foster.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Spencer. My recollection at the Tender Review Committee is that the advice from our prior Manager of Building Assets and Investigations, I think that's the title, was that we used a provider. It wasn't within the scope of works that was the decision of the Tender Review Committee, that it was a provider that we have used in that space before to scope specialist services for the museum environment. Does that answer your question?
Was that tendered out over $10,000? We normally have 2 quotes for work like that.
My understanding is in this instance it was at the discretion of the General Manager to approve using the specialist provider, because there's not very many people nationwide that provide that specialist service for building management systems in the museum environment.
Right. Can we disclose what that cost or not?
I'm not aware of the cost off the top of my head, Councillor Spencer, but we can certainly come back to you on that.
Happy to take it on notice, Councillor Spencer.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any further questions?
No, thanks.
Anyone else with any questions? Let's move to item 13, starting with 13.1, short-term rental accommodation. Councillor Harris will move the motion. Someone to second the motion. Councillor Spencer. Councillor Harris, do you wish to speak to the item?
I will. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And my motion about the short-term rental accommodation in Launceston was one driven by the desire to actually understand what is happening in our rental markets and what effect that the short-term rental market has had on that since apps like Airbnb and Stays were introduced in about 2012. Some figures from the 2021 census tells us that there's about 31,000 private dwellings in Launceston, and of those about 9,000 or so are rented, of which about 6,000 are rented by Communities Tasmania, or what many people would know as Housing Department, and so therefore unlikely to be turned into Airbnbs. That leaves around about 3,000 private rentals. Now, looking at just one app, and that was Airbnb, when I was just researching this, I found that there was 326 whole homes being offered that night in Launceston as an Airbnb. So whilst you might say, oh, it's less than 1% of the available houses, it's actually 10% or thereabouts, or even more, of the private rental market in Launceston. And the problem that occurs in rental markets is if you have about 3% vacancies, then properties are relatively easy to get and people aren't subject to rental rises. And as that vacancy rate decreases past 2%, that's considered to be about the best place for it to be. It's where prices aren't being forced up, but it's reasonably competitive. And if it gets less than 1%, then prices will rise because there is more competition for those houses. And so you can see that very quickly, if you have 10% of that market out, then the actual effect on the private rental market and the vacancy rate will be considerable. Now, the General Manager has provided some wonderful information about our growing population, which is great, along with the fact that we perhaps haven't been building as many houses as we might need to meet that growing population in the last 5 years. But added to that, when this change to the short-term or the introduction of the short-term rental accommodation, the state government deregulated the market in effect in about 2017. Was seen at the time of being a way of expanding tourism access in Tasmania, because we had moderate population growth, manageable rent rises, and the hotel market seemed unable to keep up with the demand for hotel-type accommodation. However, in 2019, the state government then passed the Short Stay Accommodation Act of 2019, which then asked them to be, at least registered as far as the properties. Up until that time, there was no need to register your property to put it on Airbnb. People were just able to do it on an as-needed basis. And of course, Airbnb is a great opportunity and it's interesting how business models change. Originally, it was all about renting out your unused bedroom, and you would have a traveller to your home and you would perhaps talk to them about the wonders of our city. But over time, it morphed into not a home with a couple or a family living in it, renting out one bedroom to a stranger and welcoming them perhaps into their family on a daily or a nightly basis, but actually became an alternative to a hotel room where you rent the whole property and you don't really have to talk to anyone, but you just come in. And in the past, most of those people may well have gone to hotels or otherwise. So it certainly helped grow our tourism industry, and for that we've got to be grateful because that brings jobs, as we all know. And in fact, for those of us who've used Airbnb, it does provide a different style of accommodation that is very attractive, particularly if you might have pets, because often they are able to be taken to an Airbnb, but not many hotels will welcome you with your dog for the weekend. Similarly, family groups may find that if you have 3 or 4 bedroom house, that you might have different members of your family. In my case, when I hired one, I had my children, and I had my brother and his wife, and we simply shared the property. And it was a lot cheaper for us to do it that way than it was hotel rooms, and probably a lot better for us to have communication as well. So there's a certain part of the market. So we do need to understand what effect has the short-term rental market had on Launceston. Because somewhere we need to understand it, but also we need to perhaps think about what levers are available to us to control it. Because if not, and I do use some clear examples where in some places, particularly the holiday hotspots at Coles Bay and Billabong Bay or whatever, anything up to 50% of the properties, I'll need an extension.
Moved Councillor Soward, seconded Councillor Dawkins. All those in favour? It's all councillors present except Councillor Harris.
Oh, I'll let vote for myself.
It's carried.
Thank you. So some seaside properties have anything up to 50% of the available housing stock available only via Airbnb. And the problem then becomes there's nowhere to rent for people who are looking to work in those as service industries in the tourism and that sort of thing. So it is timely for us to have this review, and that's why I've asked for the General Manager or the CEO to perhaps go away, look at the data, using as a baseline analysis the 2011 or 2016 census. 2011 was, of course, before Airbnb started, and 2016 was when Airbnb was probably more of renting out your back room rather than renting the whole property was commonplace. So that will give us somewhere to start. And then, of course, we have the new census that just was taken in August last year. So I look forward to that report and also an analysis of the various, levers that other councils have tried to pull to perhaps regulate this. And in some instances, the Hobart City Council, for example, has talked about having higher rates on commercial properties when these are currently rated as residential properties, as one option. And also they are looking about limiting and stopping new permits for whole-of-house short-term rental in certain areas. Now, by and large, most of the short-term rental whole-of properties tend to be around the CBD and the Invermay, Lower West Launceston, Lower South Launceston, Newstead area, rather than, say, Kings Meadows or further out, which is probably logical. But it is something that I would like the CEO to investigate as to where they actually are, and also perhaps to understand the size of the market. Whole of property can be 1, 2, 3, 4, or even more bedrooms. And in fact, a quick analysis of the 326 that I found when I started doing this things only showed that there were, out of the 326, there was 87 one-bedrooms, 106 two, 91 three-bedrooms, 24 four-bedrooms, and 6 with 5 or more bedrooms. So we do need to understand just the number of bedrooms that we're talking about here, because that does have effect on how much of a, shift it's taking on the rental market here in Launceston. History has shown, with analysis of what's happened in Hobart, that many of the current Airbnb short-term rental properties had previously been long-term rental properties. And so we are seeing a change. So that's really the motion today. No big decisions to be made, but let's go and get the data and then we can analyse it perhaps under a new council after the election. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Spencer as the seconder.
Thanks, Deputy. Yes, I commend you on that motion, Alan. I think it's a good idea. Increase the rates for these properties. We've got to protect some of these motels that are proposed for Launceston. There's $100 million. Now, if they've got no one in them, it's no good. We've got to have these motels full. So the rental market, we know what it's like. What we probably should be doing, the CEO maybe should check with availability of motels and see how full they are, if it's affecting them. In certain times, there's probably not enough accommodation, but with 2 new motels coming on in the next 3 to 5 years, there should be plenty of accommodation. So I've never ever stayed at one of these properties. I always stay at motels. I don't know why, but I'll have to trial it out. But Alan's right what he's saying. It will affect the rental market. There's no rental market now. It's just drove the price up. I think we should control it and maybe rate increases on these properties. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spencer. Something to be considered down the track. Councillor Soward.
Thanks very much, Deputy. I'm very, very happy to support Councillor Harris's notice of motion and commend him on bringing it forward. The only proviso is I've got some concerns with point 5, which I'll make. It sounds like Councillor Spencer's already done the review, so we've saved a bit of time. In all seriousness, I have no doubt that every person in this room, way back when they were at school, Deputy, were taught the importance of validating an opinion, undertaking research, finding out stuff before you formed an opinion. That, to me, Deputy, is a skill that seems to be sadly lost with many over the past few years, and I'm going to expand on that in my remarks. With something like this issue, and I guess because the homelessness issue has been something that's been front and centre, there are links between the two. But people who don't undertake research have joined dots that aren't there, Deputy, in my view. So, for instance, to look at some data here, if we said that there were 200 odd non-primary residences and 200 homeless people, some would say, oh, well, you just ban short stay and the homeless people can go and live there and you've solved the problem. Well, wouldn't it be nice if it was that easy? Wouldn't it be nice if it was that easy? And that, to me, Deputy, I mean, we can see a little humour in that, but it is really undervaluing both issues. And it's suggesting that there's a nice, easy, quick fix, and there isn't. The other thing that I would say, Deputy, when we look at the data, and that's where I love the fact that Councillor Harris has suggested we go and get some really good data, I wanted to note the CEO's remarks, where the CEO has quite rightly spelled out in this issue key other factors, Deputy, that contribute. So the Tasmanian population increase, the fact that there's a decrease in household size, the fact that house price rises have gone through the roof. There's been a bit of a perfect storm there. And again, they're all factors that impact on this. There's not just one thing. And I guess for mine, when we again dig into the research and the data, it's really, really important to look at, and again, depending upon which figures you look at, let's say that there are 250 non-primary residences that we're talking about. Without sounding flippant, Deputy, every one of those has a story. Every one of those has a story. They're not all the same. They're not all the same houses. They're not owned by the same people. And I'll share a real-life example shortly of how understanding this issue is so important. So I've been very appreciative, as all councillors would have received information from the Tenants Union, some really, really good data in that which can be fed into this, and the head of policy at Airbnb also made some really valuable contributions and provided us with some really, really good data. As I said, there's lots of moving parts in this, and I'm going to touch on housing configuration. So Councillor Harris articulated the numbers he dug up of the different bedroom configurations. I'm going to share a very quick story, Deputy, that shows that this issue isn't as simple as you'd think. Prior to COVID, a one-bedroom place in the neighbourhood I live in sold, and it was used almost immediately for short-stay accommodation, and very effectively, Deputy, I might add. 5-6 nights a week, very popular. COVID came, borders shut down, guess what? No tourists. So a for rent sign appeared in the front yard. That property sat unrented for months because a one-bedroom house didn't fit the needs of people that were looking at that time. When the borders were lowered and things got back to COVID normal, bang, boom, away we go, short stay, all you like. But more importantly, when you drill into that, there are a whole range of people that use it. You know, grandparents who come to the city to stay over to see their children perform at sport, arts, theatre, all different things. People who come up here for work and training. So we've got to understand that too. It's not just as simple as it may seem. I've followed the debate online really closely, Deputy, because over some months now, particularly in recent times, other jurisdictions have dealt with this same query. And I guess what I would hope all of us do as community leaders in this room is that when we are asked about it, you know, we're commenting on it, that we do say to our constituents and those who are listening, it is a very complex issue. You know, for us to run around and go, oh, well, you know, we'd shut them all down and put the homeless people in, that's just not really the right way to go about it. The other thing that's bothered me, Deputy, with this issue, and I've got to say it because it's happened in this chamber, that people who are out there having a go, trying to get a start.
Councillor Sowd, your time is up. Moved Councillor McKenzie, an extension. Seconded Councillor Dawkins. All those in favour raise their hand. That's all councillors present. Extension granted.
Thank you very much. I've seen examples of where people who own a rental property are being vilified. They're made to feel bad, like it's their job to solve the housing crisis. Now, I take the view that government play a key role in this. State government, in this instance, play a key role in this. And it actually really upsets me. We had a development application here a month ago today where a young couple were looking to establish some, you know, a short stay, and there were 3 representations that said you shouldn't do it, not because it doesn't comply with the planning scheme, because there's a housing shortage. So people who are spending their own money that they're saving and investing to provide an income for themselves, a future for their families, something when they don't have to rely on the age pension, they're being vilified. I want to live in a community where we encourage people to have a go, where we don't vilify those who are out there trying to do their bit. We're not talking about people who own 100 houses. We're talking about people who are looking to the future, save their money. You know, I know examples, Deputy, of where people own a second property. They have their own primary residence. They own a second property. They live out of town. They come in and stay in it sometimes to see family, ill people in hospital, and on the other nights they may rent it out. And as other speakers have highlighted, it fulfils a need. It generates income. It generates opportunity. The house I mentioned briefly before, I go past there walking, there are people there, housekeepers cleaning there. There are people taking laundry away. So I don't think we should overlook that. I really look forward to seeing what comes out of this report. I really look forward to that data and evidence. And whatever a future council decides to do with it is really important. But I would caution in my concluding remarks, Deputy, I would really caution on us arriving at a conclusion before we get there. So I would be very, very careful in the consideration of us slowing, stopping or reversing. I would love to see the data and then explore what those options could be. But I think it's beholden on all of us to make sure that we do relay what a complex, involved issue this is. It's not just something that you're going to fix at the click of a finger. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sowd. Question from Councillor McKenzie.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I'm just curious for the CEO just to comment on his comments on the bottom of his response. Work is also underway collaboratively with other Northern Councils to develop a sound, evidence-based understanding of the characteristics of house demand and supply across the region. Is that intended to cover the Airbnb activities or the short stay activities?
Manager City Development, Richard.
The simple answer to that is yes. I do have a preliminary report, and some of the stats that went into the officer's comments came from that report, and it does cover the short story share of rent, it talks about the listings, principal place of residence, and gives some trends over time. So this is a preliminary draft report. I have a preliminary draft, but it's not necessarily capable of being shared at this point, but we have some emerging data. The answer to the question, though, is yes, it will, and it will answer some of the things that Councillor Soward referred to in the complexities of and the interrelationships between these things.
Is it likely to have the depth of information that's being requested by Councillor Howard in his motion?
Possibly not the minutiae of it, but it will have the broad list numbers, proportions and shares. It also goes into the broader rental market availability and the housing demand and supply and the nature of affordable housing and the amounts of affordable housing as well. So it will be pretty comprehensive once it's done.
Councillor Dawkins.
And I also commend Councillor Harris for bringing the motion because, of course, there has been a lot of commentary all over the world, really, about how short stays accommodation and, in fact, the gig economy has affected communities because it started out during the GFC as such a wonderful thing. Like, what a great way to be able to resolve a lot of problems, especially when you consider that single rooms are being rented out of a house. So not only are you using a space that hasn't been used or wasn't in use, but you're introducing new people into your home, which I think is a wonderful way to break down barriers and get to know new people. And then, you know, people were using their cars for Uber and other platforms, which turned out just to be a deregulated labour market, and people weren't protected and they weren't safe. And they were, in fact, just buying cars and putting drivers in. So it completely removed it. And you know what? It made me felt like a naive fool because I stood up there every time and said, this is great. This is great. You know, the drivers who drive my girls in Melbourne, they know them. They live around the corner. You know, they're part of their community. That lasted about 2 years. And like lots and lots of things in the capitalist system, it became overrun by that sense of greed at all costs. And it was incredibly disturbing, and it has changed. But has it changed forever? I mean, what we're trying to do now is to bring in some regulations, and this is what we've already done on council. We've ensured now that people who want to put an Airbnb in their property have to come through a process which is fair and reasonable. Just the same way that bed and breakfasts did in the past. That seems like a level playing field. But has the growth of Airbnbs in Launceston contributed to homelessness? You know, as other speakers have mentioned, it's a very long bow to draw. It feels a bit like neoliberal trickle-down economics. You know, that's a very blunt instrument to be able to understand this, and I don't believe that it will be the answer to our homelessness issue, as has been indicated in the reports and as has been suggested by other speakers today. But does that mean that this is not worthy? It's absolutely worthy, because we don't know what the next year, 2 years, 10 years, we should get ahead of this. We should have the data that's forthcoming in place so we can understand how we can manage our community. Because right now, we've got an emerging issue. We've got people who have come from all sorts of traumatic situations coming out of the shadows, and we can see now how our community is affected by people who do not have a roof over their head. We don't have a Bill of Rights. We don't have a right to a roof over our head. I think a lot of people would say we should. You know, we live in a very, very wealthy country. And instead of making housing a right, we've made housing an investment opportunity. And yes, we definitely need some of that investment in housing. Not everybody who lives in a house wants to own it and have a mortgage like many of us do. We know what that 20, 30 years feels like. It feels like a yoke, but it's a yoke that we choose. So we do need to have a balance of investment. We do need to have opportunities for people to buy their own homes, but without some kind of levers, it's just out of control now. People buying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 houses. It's easier to buy your 5th or 6th house than it is to buy first. And that's the thing that upsets and worries me the most, because unless someone does something, that's not going to change. So we do have people in federal parliament talking for rent freezes. We've got a job summit, which seems like the best opportunity to resolve some of these issues around what people are earning and what they can afford. But of course, you know, this is just a part of the puzzle, and we as a council need to understand what we can do to try and preserve housing for our community, for the people who need it the most, and this motion will go some way to understanding that.
Thanks, Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you. And again, I thank Councillor Harris for bringing the motion today. I guess what it does is challenge us, but the reality of it is this is it's a data collection up to point 4. Point 5 sort of tends to lend us to sort of solving the problem, which I'm not sure that we've got. Now, I do appreciate the words in there, if found warranted. So I accept that that may give the out in regards to this sort of thing. So to me, a collection of data and then seeing how it works. I'm just a little concerned that we're already duplicating on something we're already doing. And again, to be fair, Councillor Harris probably didn't know we were doing that until this report came out. So to be fair, it's great that our council and other councils in the region are actually looking at it, because certainly it is a topic of conversation. I'm not here jumping to say it's right, wrong or otherwise, because that's what I think the motion is framed around, is trying to collect the data, see what we've got out there, see whether there are issues that we need to be dealing with, and then come up with an action plan if necessary to do something about it. So I think if that's the intention of the motion, I'm comfortable with that intent in relation to it. Again, I don't really want to send a duplication methodology into it, say you're doing this now, go and do something else, which is exactly the same thing. So hopefully whatever is already being done by council can be rolled into what Councillor Harris has got in his motion, and therefore the information that you've collected can be shared back with us in a way, or with the new council in a meaningful way, for which we can actually then assess it. Because I could go into the rights of various people to do whatever they want to do. That's not what this is about. This is actually about data collection. So I think let's just focus on getting that data and not jump to any conclusions about what the answers to any of those data sets tell us at this point in time, because as stated in the officer's response, it's a very complex issue with house supply, and you could argue that the government haven't supplied enough housing for generations, and that's what's caused the problem, and it's just come home to roost in the last few years. So there are a number of connected issues, and just blaming or trying to blame one sector of the market for everybody's woes is a very unsafe thing to do. So my sense is collect the data without any fear or favour in regards to what it's going to tell us, analyse it, and then let's see what we're going to do with it.
Thanks, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. I've arrived at a few conclusions. I do believe housing is a right. In a modern, secular Western economy, housing is a right. And, whether or not it's ensconced in a Bill of Rights or anything like that, I think most decent people, all decent people, would agree. I've also concluded that there is a shortage of housing, and for some of the reasons that's been outlined by our CEO and others, less people living in a household, a myriad of reasons, as has been discussed. And how useful is the data that we seek? Of course, data is the basis for these tangible material issues. These are things that we can measure, critically or otherwise. It's not the same as why is a person homeless necessarily. It's not the same as why someone struggled to get a job, or why there's been a family breakdown, and all sorts of other issues. So we need to keep that out of it as much as possible in the discussion as well as the data. What levers do we have? They are probably somewhat limited. They've been discussed. We know that the federal government and the state government do have levers more so at their disposal. And it would be interesting, for us to think creatively about what those levers are. We know that Hobart Council has made moves in that direction, and we await to see the results of that, potential changes that they've sent to the Planning Commission. We've seen a shift in society. We're all witnessing it. It is monumental shifts that we see in our society. The nature of our society is changing. The nature of how people live together is changing. We need, all speed to our change to find ways to address that. Now, the free market has had its turn at providing, in a free market, the housing that we need. It has succeeded for a certain point of view, but we know there is underinvestment Australia-wide in social housing, and that's been going on for decades. And we're now reaping the rewards of that particular behaviour. If we have a significant recession, and I'm not to say that we will, many economists at the moment are predicting that we will, if we do, you'll see how quickly people turn to governments to fill that gap and to provide the types of services that for quite a long time now we've allowed the free market, the private sector to fill. That can change remarkably quickly. A bit like how interest rates can change remarkably quickly. One minute you think you're on easy street, next minute you're looking at struggling to pay the mortgage. So these things can change quickly, and it's obviously very much pertinent for us to gather this information. I don't think this is an extremely difficult task, and I appreciate that the CEO said that this is all achievable. It's what we do with it that in the future. What can we do? What levers can we pull, as the mover of the motion has said? That's where we need to focus our attention. We know there's a shortage. We will find out some of the reasons why when we investigate the letting of buildings for B&Bs or whatever it may be. We'll find some of the reasons, but we need to be on top of what levers we can pull, how we can contribute to a as rapid as possible change. Of course, people want a return on their investment, and people have found that housing is one area where you can achieve that. Maybe better than the share market, maybe better than investing in banks. That will change too. That return on investment may reverse if housing prices, deteriorate. Certainly rents aren't deteriorating, but, it remains to be seen. It's an equation that we all live personally in our lives. Where do we put our money? What return we're getting for that money? What is the cost of that expense? The expense of that investment? They're all sort of things that can change quite quickly. And it is, of course, important for us to have this data. Similarly, as we're doing with the adjacent issue of homelessness, we are, with a homelessness advisory committee, going to be able to gather that data and have that centrally located so that we will be able to make better decisions as a council. It's imperative in these situations. It's the levers that I'm most interested in. I'm more than happy to support ideas that... Are
you almost done?
Almost done, thank you, Chair. I'm more than happy to support ideas that are more creative, that are not necessarily what we've done in the past. So this is a good beginning. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Are there any other contributions? Councillor Sowd, I wonder if you would have the chair for just a moment. Thanks, Councillor Harris, for bringing forward this motion. I think masked with lots of other things that are happening in the space, you'll note that our council was more than supportive at the local government level of ensuring that a much deeper interrogation of rates and the rateable options that are available for short-term accommodation were interrogated over the past number of months, and we look forward to that work coming to fruition. And similarly, I think what you're asking us to support today is an evidence-based baseline where we can further have conversations, as other councillors have said, around this being one lever with regard to our climate, of which homelessness is one impact that is being considered and needs to be considered. I note some of the comments from other jurisdictions, other local government jurisdictions, and similarly I note recent comments from the Tourism Industry Council of Tasmania with regard to short-term accommodation. And I think later on at the next stage, when we begin to ask for potentially some help with regard to some of the planning mechanisms needed in this space in order to assist any problem that may be identified through the data gathering, that is where we'll be able to compile some of the intersections of some of the data and the issues that we're seeing and growing issues that are developing within our community. Not just homelessness, but indeed some that have been populated and shared by the Tourism Industry Council themselves in recent months. So I support the motion. Thank you. Councillor Harris, do you wish to close?
I'll just briefly wrap up by saying thank you to all my fellow councillors for your comments and look forward to seeing a report in due course from the CEO. I guess it's very important to recognise that the effect of the short-term rental market is not only on the homeless, but in fact on those people who wish to come to Launceston to pick up new jobs and things like that, because already we are hearing of people who can't get rental accommodation whilst they then look for a house to buy when they have a job here, and sometimes they are then returning to where they came from. So therefore we're losing that particular experience and things like that. So it is a bigger problem than just homelessness. It actually affects how the town will run, if you like, or how the city will run, and I think it's important that we understand it. Many years ago, when it's not to say that what happens on these short-term rentals is anything new. In the past, such short-term rentals were controlled by real estate agents, and if you were new to town and you'd been transferred in your job, then you would go and talk to a real estate agent who knew of which properties were available, fully furnished for a month or 3 months, while you then found your feet at your new job and things. So what this app has done is change that ability to take it out of the local real estate hands and put it into the mind of the app. And as such, you do tend to lose those nuances that the local real estate agent would do for what is good for his local economy. And so I think it's really important that we understand just how this has affected us and what our options are going forward. So I look forward to that report, and thank you all for your support.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. We'll put the motion. All those in favour raise their hand. That is all councillors present, and the motion is carried. We move to item 13.2, moved Councillor Walker, a seconder for the item, Councillor Dawkins. Thank you so much. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair, and I rise to begin by thanking councillors who have previously supported Launceston Council's decision to ask the state government that they consider a name change for Batman Bridge. I congratulate the council for doing so. You're part of a change that we're going through as a society, where we recognise past mistakes and we address them in a forthright and mature manner. I make no secret that I wish to see the name of Batman Bridge changed. That's obvious. But I don't wish to dwell today on the deeds or misdeeds of John Batman. I think that's been well discussed, and it will continue to be discussed, no doubt. There are people who have varying opinions upon that. What I want to do is find a way forward. Find a way forward for Launceston. I know that Batman Bridge is not in our municipality, it's in our valley. We're part of a valley community. We have a significant population in Launceston, not just of Aboriginal people, but also progressive and generous people who do wish to see the reconciliation process continue to move forward. And this is perhaps one of the most symbolic things that we could do as a community, to remove that name, not to change history, for after all, this bridge wasn't built to honour that man. This bridge wasn't built as a monument to that person. This bridge was, as far as I can ascertain, named mistakenly for someone who was a colonial murderer. It's the only way that he can be described. And that will never, ever be forgotten, especially by the Aboriginal people in Tasmania. So this is not about changing history. Never fear, his name will not be forgotten for his misdeeds. But I digress. This is about a process-driven response to previous requests by this council. And that was that we wrote to the state government asking them to go forward in a process that might facilitate a name change. And unfortunately, the state government replied that there was no name suggested, and so there is no process to follow. So we need a process to find that name. And what I've suggested, after a lot of thought, is to go to the people, because after all, it's one thing for me to stand here and pontificate about this, but it's another to go to the people, not just in Launceston, not just the Aboriginal community, not just the people in West Tamar or in Georgetown, to go to all of those people and to get that response via an educative process, a consultative process, an informing process, and the best thing I can find for that, the most genuine way I can find for that, is a citizens' jury. And that's something that, as leaders, we have the opportunity to do today. It's not something that's an easy step, it's not something that we're comfortable with. I couldn't find an example of it in Tasmania before, but there are many, many examples elsewhere. And I will say that in my research, which may somewhat contradict the information that's provided by our CEO, is that these things, yes, certainly can be costly, but they can also be, when they are targeted, such as this will be, a relatively modest exercise, insofar as we're not looking at the next 10 years of our financial plan and asking a community jury to go through all the nuances. That we're looking at a very simple question here, and that question is the name Batman appropriate for this bridge? And secondly, if it's not, what should the name be? What suggestion should that be? That's essentially what's being asked here today. Now, we're a long way from that. This would have to go through quite a few steps. And I would prefer that if it was much simpler. I would prefer that the state government took up the mantle and addressed this in their own way. After all, it is a state government asset. It's probably the most significant asset in our entire valley. But that's not the case. So this will have to go through quite a number of iterations. This would just be the first.
Time is up. Do you require an extension?
Thank you, Chair.
Move to Councillor Spencer. Seconder. Councillor Harris. All those in favour, raise their hand. That is granted. Thank you.
Thank you. So it would have to seek the support of the adjoining councils, as I've said. We might also like to seek the support of the state government in the process, financially or otherwise. Then it would have to come back to the councils for it to be a budgetary amendment or approval over time. I've especially not put a time frame on this because it may take longer, it may take shorter. As I said, it hasn't been something that's been done in Tasmania before. But the point is that we are moving forward. We're moving forward together. The choice is very simple and we've done some great things in the time that I've been on council. And like I say, I thank and congratulate my fellow councillors for that. Have a look at where we've travelled and start to think what is the destination. Today it feels as though we can take another step forward or we can stand still, which usually means in life when you're standing still, you're actually going backwards. As I say, there's much more to this. This is an initial process that would involve at least getting the support of our neighbouring councils. And I think that's another potentially powerful thing to this process, a tri-council process that would bring the three councils of the valley together through a citizens' assembly and through a process that would allow us to facilitate that together. And I know that we work together with these councils in other areas, but this is an adjunct to that and probably on a new level when it also involves the community in that education process and that decision-making process. It's a great bridge. You don't have to look very far, and Councillor Spencer reminds us he's been up the top there himself working on it. It's a spectacular bridge, and it is such a blight on the bridge that it has that name. I haven't yet found out who gave it that name. It's probably not worth finding out. But they're all things that would come through a consultation such as this. It is something that the state government intimated that there's been no community consultation and no name suggested. Well, here's our opportunity to progress that. It might happen in 6 months, it might happen in 2.5 years' time, but this is just one more step along a very long road. And I do implore you to support the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Seconder, Councillor Dawkins.
Yes, it is one more step along a very long road. I support the intent of the motion. I second it to get the conversation going and to give you the respect that I think this motion deserves. Yes, I certainly voted for it last time. I'm personally not going to call it by that name anymore. I'm going to just call it the bridge or the Tamer Bridge, which is what it really is to me anyway. I found out recently, maybe you all know this, that there are only 22 countries in the world which England never invaded. So there are so many communities having these kinds of conversations. We're really only at the beginning of it. You know, so many of our landmarks are named for something somewhere else. You know, we don't have our sense of identity yet. We haven't melded, even if that's possible, a sense of what Aboriginality is with what it is to be a person of European descent somewhere like Launceston, Tasmania. Now, is that even its name? I'm not sure what its future name will be, and I suspect I'll be long dead by the time that's decided. But we certainly do have an opportunity to be a part of that beginning of that conversation. And really, I think it's because Councillor Walker's on council that we've even got this far. You know, I'm incredibly proud of the motion to change the date and how that was supported at council. And people stop me on the street to say what a great thing we did, and it's probably the only reason people will stop me and talk about council matters is because of that specific thing, because culturally it holds such an important place that we respect and try and walk side by side or even behind our Aboriginal brothers and sisters, because it's time that we did that. It's clear for so many reasons, climate change being the biggest, but also the sense of self-determination and dignity which we need to help. You know, we're in this position where we speak for our community. There's nobody here from community to speak for it. So it's left to us to do that. And whilst it always makes me feel incredibly uncomfortable to speak for somebody from the Aboriginal community, it's incumbent on us to do that today. Now, I believe there'll be an amended motion coming that perhaps is more palatable, perhaps fits in more with the work that Council's already doing and takes away this sense of the Citizens' Assembly, which kind of does concern me. For 29 councils with 29 groups of elected representatives, and then to imagine that there's another layer of community consultation, which is not your voice of your Launceston or a mechanism like that, it really starts to complicate things for me, you know. And who would be on that jury? How do we ensure that there's an Aboriginal voice on that jury? No, I think it's complicated, and I don't know that it can be resolved here today. So, as I've said, I stand to support the intent of this motion, but I'm not sure that point 2 is something that has my full support. We have these kind of subcommittees on some of the other committees that we work on, and they don't always work. We find that leadership in some of those groups, you know, we've got some really strong voices coming forward with their own views, but then we don't have those kind of mechanisms like the way that we vote to be able to resolve it. So unless the citizens' jury's got its kind of own act of parliament, I kind of can't see how it's really going to work. And I do think that there are digital platforms now which can resolve that, which we use to fantastic effect. So, as I said, I support the intent. We've seen some real issues around other ways of making decisions. You only have to go to the American election to see that because of a pandemic, people didn't want to meet, so they voted online, and look what happened, you know, look what happened. The whole election's been contested. This will be the stuff of legend. So I think we need to stick with the forms we've got unless we're really sure of the outcomes and work towards a community voice to change the name of that bridge.
Thanks, Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Walker and Councillor Dawkins for their previous comments. As Councillor Dawkins alluded to, I am going to perhaps either foreshadow an amended motion if Councillor Walker accepts it, or perhaps an alternative motion should he not accept it, and we'll then have to perhaps vote on a newer motion.
It'll be an amended motion if that's what you want to propose to the table, and if there's a seconder,
if we're happy to do that.
We'll follow the route.
So if you read the current motion, that council 1.123, no changes. In response to the citizens' jury, I am suggesting that we use, in response to recommendation 1, request the CEO to engage with the Tasmanian Aboriginal communities, Georgetown and West Tamar councils, together with the state government, to identify an agreed approach for the development and submission of a change of name proposal for the Batman Bridge. It does simplify it.
So that's moved. Councillor Harris, the seconder. Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Harris, continue.
Thank you. So that's just a simplification and removes the citizen assembly and jury in each municipality to make a recommended name. I feel that this is, to a degree, what elected councils are there to do, to make decisions on behalf of their communities. And I feel that a combined subcommittee, if you like, of people from the other two councils, Georgetown and West Tamar, along with the Tasmanian Aboriginal communities and the state government, to find a way and come up with an agreed name. I think a simpler process which will then enable perhaps a quicker resolution to this particular issue without the cost or the complexity of going down the citizen assembly or jury process, which I think is just perhaps unnecessary for this particular request to change the bridge's name. That's all.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Seconder for the amendment, Councillor Mackenzie.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor, and I don't think it actually stops a citizens' jury because it's identifying an agreed approach, which may end up with that if that's something that's deemed appropriate. Now, I stand here and I personally support the change to the name, so I'm not standing here. I guess what I find quite curious, and I need to thank Councillor Walker, he's brought us all on a journey, I think, with the way the Aborigines have been treated and some of the things that have gone in the past. But what I find quite curious in his motion is the Aboriginal people aren't mentioned at all. And to me, this is perpetuating what we've done over generations, is actually doing things to them rather than them actually being part of the solution. So I think your motion actually almost does what you wouldn't want it to do, is really actually ignore them. You might say they're intended to be part of it, but to me, assuming that they'll be part of it is another matter to actually identifying them as a key part of the actual conversation. So what I like about the amended motion is that we've got the Tasmanian Aboriginal communities included as part of the conversation piece, not just we, the three councils, getting together and talking to the state government and bringing a citizen jury, which may or may not include any of the people who are most affected by the name. So from my perspective, learning from what you've taught us over the 4 years that we've been here, the reality is not to do things to people, it's actually to engage them in the conversation, because they may have a completely different view on how this should be approached to what we do. So my thinking is, let's not assume that we know best in regards to how this might be done, and also noting that we've gone through, and again we started on a conversation about how we were going to engage with the Aboriginal communities around Tasmania and how this council might represent that. We looked at various options, reconciliation action plans and things like that. We went away from that thinking that wasn't the right way. The CEO and others within the organisation have been working very hard to working out a partnership with them, which is currently a draft in place. So when that comes back to council, I think that is the appropriate mechanism for us to move this forward. So that's why I like the amended motion as opposed to your previous motion, and I'm sure there was no intent from your perspective to exclude the Aboriginals, and I'm sure they were central to what you were doing in regards to the motion. But by omission, to me, I think we sort of go down the old path that we've previously gone down. So that's why I'm supporting the motion to do this. Citizen jury, that's the thing that comes down the track. The first thing, let's just have a simple conversation with people about how we might move it forward. I've argued that it wasn't in our jurisdiction. I think I voted against it because the last motion, because of that process. I'd probably still argue it's not ours to deal with. It's probably a broader national thing. But the fact that we've got this partnership with Aboriginals, I'm happy to have a conversation with them and see how they want to take it forward as much as what we as various councils and state government want, because I think they're the people that matter most.
Thanks, Councillor Mackenzie. This is speaking to the amendment. Are there any further speakers to the amendment? So, Councillor Soward and then Councillor Walker.
Thanks very much, Deputy, and I really have appreciated the discussion so far, both on the original matter and on this amended motion. I'm somewhat more comfortable with the amended motion for a number of the reasons that Councillor Mackenzie has identified. There are a couple of things I want to deal with. I'm just going to go through which sort of hasn't been talked about much yet, which is, I'm not going to repeat what people have said. I like the timeline there, that we're actually taking people through, what's happened. And it was a fair while ago when you look at those first couple of steps. The other councils were involved. We wrote to the Premier, the then Premier, the Honourable Peter Gutwin. The government said no proposal and no decision to be made, so nothing to see here. What's happened since then is there's been some changes. Deputy. And that, if we do this today, that sort of doesn't shut door to other things either. And I just made some notes here. We've got 5 Bass MPs, including 2 Bass MPs, who've sat around this table. Councillors, former councillors who understand, one of whom I think was here at the time we might even have perhaps dealt with this matter originally. So there's nothing to stop individual councillors lobbying those members. The other one intriguing for me, Deputy, when I was thinking about this notice of motion, was that, like Councillor Mackenzie, whilst obviously I'm supportive of the name change, it's not in our jurisdiction. But if you're an MLC for Windermere, or you're the MLC for Rosevears, one either side of the bridge, you betcha it's in your jurisdiction. I haven't heard anything from them. Not a peep. So is it not an issue? Is it not something they're pursuing because they are indeed part of the government? I don't know. But I tell you what, there's nothing to stop people lobbying them, because I haven't heard anything from them. And apologies if they've been out there spruiking the name change. Councillor Dawkins says I'm being with Dorothy Dixon. I know they haven't. So what I'm saying is, Deputy, there are other alternatives. Again, the thing that bothered me, which is where I'm comfortable with this amended motion, the fact that there would be a budgetary cost but no allocation, that's important, because we can't just pick money out of the sky. And like Councillor Dawkins, I think she articulated it very, very well in her remarks about the citizen jury type approach, not against it, but what people have said to me, and again, I'll defend this principle. Around this table, normally we have 12 people that sit that represent a whole heap of different constituencies. All of us interact in different groups, and we cross over in other groups, and we talk to a wide range of the community. I reckon since I've been here, I've been very comfortable with all the diverse opinions that have come out of this chamber, let alone the other 28 that are out there. And I'd be very comfortable to say that in those councils, it's the same. There are diverse opinions, there are different groups, there are different constituencies. So to then go out and say, righto, we've got this group of people you've all elected, but we're going to go and get some different voices, and we do that through our consultative methods, but we're going to do something else again. Now, with some of the people I know who advocate for citizen juries, we could do all of that, and if they're not part of that conversation, they'll go, nah, didn't work. So you've just got to be a little bit careful. So I did have some concerns with that process, the cost and those ways we went about it. I would feel very comfortable knowing this council, and as I said, assuming with other councils, that people are elected to do a job and speak on behalf of their community and listen to their community. And, we do that here. And as I said, others do as well. So, Deputy, in conclusion, I'm very comfortable with that amendment. I think, again, as Councillor Mackenzie said, if it's decided that it's a citizen jury or some other approach, that's fine. But I think for mine, that second part of it is probably a better way for us to progress this. And again, it might take a period of time, but that also doesn't stop councillors and others in the community lobbying those MLCs, getting them to come out on that issue. And as I said, the 5 members for Bass, 2 of whom have backgrounds in local government. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Soward. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. And we're speaking to the amended motion, and in the course of that, a few things have been brought up. I will say from the outset that, I think you know me well enough to know that I'm not comfortable taking a backward step generally, and I've thought long and hard about this. It's not something that it's brought upon you lightly. I may have been amiss in not giving you ample warning or, understanding of the intent that I was exploring, I suppose. A citizen jury, to begin with, is selected at random, and they're taken through a process, much like councillors can be taken through processes at a workshop, for example. You're given the information and you're asked to make decisions and recommendations. It's well documented, and I do implore you to, if you're not familiar with the process, to make yourself familiar with it. It's not replacing council. They make a recommendation after going through that process. Council's free to reject or accept that recommendation. They don't have a legislative power. They are a sample of our community who then are given the opportunity to think about an issue that they might not have thought deeply about. So, I suppose I'd clear up that to begin with. And secondly, I suppose, just to Councillor Mackenzie, I agree that this doesn't mention the Aborigines of Tasmania in it, the Aboriginal communities. And that's for a very good reason. They didn't build the bridge, and they didn't name the bridge. It's upon us to respond sometimes to the things that we've done, to correct the mistakes, to take ownership for those mistakes. It is certainly not up to Aboriginal people to go around and fix every problem that they may identify, and certainly they have identified this for many years as a problem. It's a very sore point, as many things are, but let's not get carried away here. We're not talking about changing the whole of our society. We're talking about very small changes. You might understand how frustrating I can find it that such a simple change is going to take such an inordinate amount of work. Now, I understand that. I understand that there's probably a majority of people who don't have a strong opinion one way or another. There's probably a minority of people who feel strongly that we shouldn't change anything. And there's probably another minority of people who think that it is time that we are progressive and generous in this state. Now, that will only grow. Make no mistake, the name will change. Your only decision is whether you're a part of that process today or not. Now, I can accept that a moderate amendment to the motion is something that may see progress, may see some further decisions made down the track, but that's not what I'm after today. I'm after a definite sign of leadership in this state. If it doesn't come from the state government, then so be it. I'm happy to stand up and be counted every day of the week, and I won't take a backward step on that, so I won't support the amended motion. By all means, it's another step forward in the journey, and if that is the way that the cards fall today, so be it.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? So a reminder that the amendment is essentially that point 2 of the original motion is replaced with the words that are listed there. That is, in response to recommendation 1, request the CEO to engage with the Tasmanian Aboriginal communities, the Georgetown and Western councils, together with the state government, to identify an agreed approach for the development and submission of a change of name proposal for the Baffin Bridge. The procedure will be that we'll vote on the amendment. If indeed that amendment is passed, it will become part of the substantive motion, and we will continue debating that. I'll put the amendment as listed. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise their hand. Those against? Councillors Walker and Spencer are against. The amendment is carried and therefore becomes part of the substantive motion. In terms of the substantive motion, Councillors Walker, Dawkins, and and that's all. That have spoken. Councillor Harris introduced you. So I've got Councillor Mackenzie and Sauer listed. Councillor Mackenzie, do you wish to speak to the substantive motion?
I think I've already said what I've said in the previous amended motion. Thanks.
Councillor Sauer.
Repeat that.
Councillor Harris, you introduced the amendment. Do you wish to speak to the substantive motion?
Yeah, look, I will just say thank you to my fellow councillors. I think this is a way forward, and sometimes Councillor Walker might think it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but nevertheless it is a way forward, and I hope it is a way forward that in fact can hasten the decision rather than one that prolongs the agony. And I think, you know, most of us sitting around this table are quite comfortable that we need to change it, but to what needs to be determined, and I think that's what this motion allows to be done. Thank you.
Any other councillors wish to speak who haven't spoken? Councillor Spencer.
All I say, I've been up the top of it, it's absolutely a beautiful bridge, and after seeing the film recently, I've told Councillor Dawkins about, yep, I fully support the name change, because what I've seen in that film, we treated the Aborigines really bad. So I'd like to change the name for what I've seen in that movie. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Priest, do you wish to speak?
Thank you. Yes, and I thank Councillor Walker for bringing this notice of motion, but I do support the alternate motion. And I think, as written in point 2 of that alternate motion, it is very important that we bring along everybody mentioned in the document in the conversation, including other people that might want to put their 2 cents in relation to the change of the name of the bridge. I would like to see the name changed. So I think that it is definitely a fantastic thing that you brought this today. That's basically what I want to say. Thank you.
Councillor Sowd, I wonder if you would mind having the chair for a moment. I would again like to take the opportunity to thank Councillor Walker for his tenacity with regard to this issue. Last year, this council unanimously supported, almost unanimously supported, the notice of motion that came from Councillor Walker to write to the state government to begin a process of change. And at the time, I was the acting mayor, and others around the table said that there was a feel of a need in our community to enact a change, that the time was right. And it wasn't a matter of when, it wasn't a matter of what or why, but a matter of when. And I still believe that's the case. And importantly, Councillor Walker, this is still your motion. You're about to sum up. This is about you providing leadership on an issue that is close to your heart, that a number of people in our community feel very strongly about. All we are altering and having influence over today is the mechanism to achieve that. Because the majority of us feel that given we don't abut either sides of the bridge, given that the recommendation that's come from the CEO indicates that a sizable amount of funds would be required to undertake the mechanism of consultation that you've asked for, isn't budgeted, we've suggested let's provide an alternate form of achieving the same outcome that you're asking of us. I don't believe there's any concern that people around this table aren't with you in terms of wanting to change the name. That's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing let's ensure that the process fits our budget, is one that is best practice in terms of us engaging, first of all, with the councils that the bridge adjoins, and importantly, with the members of the Aboriginal community that you so often represent so well. So for me, that's why I've supported the amendment, which is now the substantive motion, because I believe the intent of us achieving the desire of what you are working so hard on is going to be achieved, but this is a better way for our council to support it to achieve the outcome that you desire, that we desire. Thanks, Councillor Soward, and Councillor Walker, your opportunity to close.
Thank you, Chair. What's apparent through all of this, through 200 20 years of settlement, European settlement in Tasmania, is that the pace of change can be slow, that voices aren't always heard, that cultures aren't always respected, that prejudices have survived for a very long time. What I don't want to see is some kind of situation where we end up with a vote on how this should proceed. This is extremely important to me, and I suppose that is why I was suggesting this alternative path. I thought that would be apparent, but maybe I've made some mistakes in that respect. We cannot ever have a vote around this table about a minority in our community. Oh, sorry, not around this table, but in our community, about people who are finding themselves in an extreme minority. It's just not the way forward. We need a far more nuanced, educative, encompassing, embracing process for that to occur, for that discussion to occur. I would love that the state government initiated that process and had that discussion. We are told they are entering into a treaty process. We haven't heard much of that lately. This may well be included in that. I'd be more than happy if that's the case. I'm told that we're going to enter into an Aboriginal partnership plan, and that's also a process that we, will embrace. But with both of those things, it forgets the fact that with some of these issues, we created it. It is beholden upon us to solve that. And that means educating ourselves. I would never speak for the Aboriginal community without knowing what they've asked for. I would never, ever presume to do that. And certainly, I would never, do something like this if I thought it wasn't our job to fix it. If I thought it was for the Aboriginal community to fix it, then of course I'd say that. But in this case, it's not. It is not up to Aboriginal people to educate non-Aboriginal people about these things. They will raise them, and if you listen, you'll hear. And with an issue as strong as this one, you will have heard many times, no doubt. But then you have to stop and ask yourself, who needs to do that? Who needs to fix that? Who's in the position of leadership who can address it? And the only person that I know about in that situation is me.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. We'll put the motion. All those in favour raise their hand. Those against? 2 against, Councillor Spencer and Councillor Walker. The motion is carried. We move to item 13.3, notice of motion, Councillor Walker. Councillor Walker, presuming you'd like to move the motion. Seconded, Councillor Soward. Councillor Walker, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. This motion, I suppose, in some ways similar to the last motion, is a sort of adjunct to previous efforts that have been made in order to get a response and to get a reaction and to get some action happening as far as community care goes. And in this instance, we're talking about the state government's ongoing response or lack thereof to the COVID pandemic, the health emergency that our community continues to face, and of course especially our most vulnerable members of our community. Can I just read to you the deaths in month by month in this year? In January there were 5, of course not long after we opened Tasmania to the rest of the country. February there were 7, March there were 6, April there were 19, May there was 24, June there was 18, July there was 46, and this month in August, which isn't finished yet, there were 39. Total deaths in this year, 164. Now, we know COVID comes in waves as new variants become dominant. We know that we're still in the middle of this health emergency. and more likely than anything are more waves to come, as other countries have experienced. We're probably on our third wave. Some countries are up to their sixth or their seventh. We also know that other states and jurisdictions have responded to protect their most vulnerable in different ways. And probably the most effective single thing that our state government could do would be to provide quality N95 masks to our most vulnerable people in our community, our elderly especially, and people who are compromised in one way or another because of their health. As a lot of you would know, I'm part of an online group that has around 50,000 people in Tasmania involved. We've raised about $30,000 in order to distribute whatever we possibly can to people in need, people who do not want to, if they can help it, expose themselves to catching COVID, because they know that it's potentially a death sentence. It's as simple as that. It's hard to imagine. I've had COVID. I survived it reasonably well. We all have some trepidation about getting COVID, but it's hard to imagine. But if you can, imagine that every time you go and you have to go to the chemist, you have to go to the supermarket, you are potentially, putting your life in danger. That would be a very traumatic thing. And, as I say, there's a large amount of Tasmanians who feel as though just a little bit of extra care from the government could make a world of difference. It could save a life. And, of course, every death in this situation is a tragedy. So I suppose I'm not saying anything that anyone doesn't know, but, when we go back to the start of this pandemic, we had those who wanted to get on with their lives saying, just look after the vulnerable. Let us get on with our life. And since that time, we've moved to a point where it's just let us get on with our life, and that's it. No talk about the more vulnerable, no press conferences, no daily updates from the state government, no leadership on the issue of protecting our most vulnerable. So today, together as a council, and I thank councillors for previously supporting the motion that I put forward to the state government to ask them to create a volunteer vulnerable people's register, something that we have yet to get a reply from. And I do genuinely thank councillors for doing that, because that is obviously part of our purview to care for our community. I ask you today to support the idea that we write to the Premier, who is also the Health Minister, and ask him to provide this one simple thing that can do so much for people who at this point feel as though they have been abandoned by this community. Of course, people have their own support networks and things like that, but as you no doubt know, in Tasmania, many elderly people don't. They live alone. Their family live far away. They don't necessarily have the support that you would like to think that they should have. Everyone has in their family one person who is vulnerable for one reason or another. Everyone has someone who is elderly.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Your time is up. Do you require an extension?
Just a short one, if I may. Thank you.
Moved Councillor Soward. Seconded Councillor Harris. Those in favour? That's carried. Thanks, Councillor Walker.
So, together as a council and individually as councillors, the decisions we make affect the people's lives every day. And I know that you will agree with me that we have to stand up to support our community at every opportunity. That's what we do. In this case, I'm asking that we write to the state government in lieu of the fact that the state government has taken it upon themselves to no longer provide that care that so many Tasmanians are asking for. So, hopefully...
Thanks, Councillor Walker.
We'll see that is worthy of support. Thank you, Chair.
Seconder, Councillor Soward.
Thanks very much, Deputy. Very happy to support it. Won't dwell on what's been said, but want to highlight a couple of little things. And it's a suggestion, and what comes out of it I don't know. It may be followed up. I'd reckon this would be really, really powerful if this became a legat issue, given that there are 28 other tables and councils around the state, and I think that certainly would have much merit. The other thing that I'd like to add, Deputy, is, and again, I'm not going to amend or change, but perhaps capture, and I'm sure it can be reflected. When we use the word vulnerable, it's a really, really interesting word because it means many things to many people. Councillor Walker, in his notice of motion, I certainly don't disagree with him, he's talked about vulnerable Tasmanians, especially those over 65. Well, Deputy, I could tell you some people I know over 65 who are as fit as Mallee Bulls. I know other people who are 30 who are certainly at the other end of that spectrum. So, again, we've talked about data a lot today. Dig into the Tasmanian health data and have a look at it. It is a horror show. We are the unhealthiest state in the country. So all I would say, Deputy, is when we talk about vulnerable Tasmanians, there would be a definition, I'm sure, on the relevant health website. It may not hurt to reproduce that in that conversation, just to remind who we're talking about. Because if we just, in our minds, vulnerable means different things to all of us. If we just think young people or old people, there's a whole heap of people we're going to miss. If we just think homeless people, there are others that we're going to miss. So let's just make sure we spell that out. I think it's a good idea and look forward to it happening. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Soward. Any other contributions? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. And of course, if we had a vulnerable people's register, we'd know who those vulnerable people are. And I thank you very much, Councillor Soward, for seconding the motion and pointing that out. You know, we're not asking for masks for all 500,000 Tasmanians, like Victoria's providing to its 5.7 million people. We're not asking that mandates come back in. We're not asking that borders be closed again. What we're asking is a positive action from the government to show that care and compassion. And as we know, Tasmania is probably, you know, in its ageness and in its health status, as Councillor Soward well knows, probably the most vulnerable of all states. So we're asking for a small fraction of what's happening in Victoria. Masks for our most vulnerable, our elderly and the medically compromised. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Let's put to the vote. All those in favour raise their hand. That is all councillors present and is carried unanimously. Let's move on to 14.1, the Transport Committee meeting held on the 7th of July. Moved Councillor Harris. A seconder. Seconded Councillor Mackenzie. Any pertinent comments you'd like to raise, Councillor Harris?
Only a very small change. Whilst the report reflects what happened in the meeting, just to update the council table, is that since that time Dr John Ralph I'd made contact with him and he has had to withdraw his nomination for the committee because of other conflicting appointments that he has in his work schedule, and so he is unable to continue be one of the two community reps that we had on the Transport Committee. So the other two candidates will be duly advised and approved by this committee, by this council at a future meeting.
Wonderful. Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie. Any other contributions? Let's put the vote. All those in favour. That is carried by all councillors present. Motion carried. 14.2, Tender Review Committee meeting, 4th of August. Moved Councillor Mackenzie. Seconded Councillor Spencer. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thanks. Just noting the tenders that have actually been approved in the last month, or since our last meeting, and one of those in relation to the building automatic control system, which Councillor Spencer was asking for some further information on earlier in the meeting. Look, they're all things that have gone through the process properly and properly dealt with in accordance with the tender review process.
Thanks, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Spencer.
Yes, I've been a Sparky 40-odd years, 48 years actually. The 322,000 seems a lot of money for QV Mag, but we've got a lot of valuable patents in there and products, so we need to protect them. But this a similar system was out at the Rachel E School, or the New Brook School, and we've had nothing but trouble with it over the last 6-8 years. I just hope we've got a good warranty for this gear that goes in here, because things change. You can't get parts for a lot of this stuff after a certain time. So we've just got to make certain we get a good warranty with that. The second one is industrial fire and electrical. I've got the contract for the electrical. I'd just like to know in the next, or the last 12 months, or next 12 months, that total cost of the electrical on the council, because the true figure, 83,000, I think a lot more than that, and I'd like to know how far that out every 12 months or whatever.
Can we take that as a question on notice? Does
What we actually spend.
Does anyone have a response to that at the moment? No. Take it on notice. Are you happy with that?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Apart from that, I think we do a pretty good job on tender review, and I really enjoy it. And that will do me. Thank you.
And did you ask a question about the warranty at the time?
No.
Okay, so subsequent 2 questions on notice, if we could have clarification on warranties and clarification on the total of IF.
No, we've had nothing but trouble at Brook School.
Great, thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor McKenzie, do you wish to close?
Only just sort of clarify, we do a very good job, not a pretty good job.
We do.
All right, let's thank you. Let's put the vote. All those in favour raise their hand. That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. Community and Place Network, starting with 15.1, special event sponsorship, specifically around the Longford GPX. It's moved. Councillor Soward, seconded. Councillor Harris. Councillor Soward.
Thanks very much, Deputy. I'm not going to read what is there because it is all spelled out very clearly about the processes that are undertaken to arrive at that figure of what they've requested and what's been recommended, so I won't get into that. It just spells out there the type of nature of the event and how it will work on the Friday and Saturday nights. And I guess it goes without saying that the Northern Tasmanian community are significant motorsport fans, and the material there that's readily available talks about the rich history of motorsport. It mentions Longford, obviously, where they used to race, but also that obviously has an impact across the north of the state. Critically, it says all participants are from the mainland or outside of Launceston, and obviously with the offerings on hand in Launceston, that's where many of them will be staying. So a great economic benefit for the community. It's all there, and I wholeheartedly support it.
Thanks, Councillor Soward. A question from Councillor McKenzie.
Just given the major part of the event is taking place in the Northern Midlands Council area, I would hope that they are making a contribution. I'm just hoping that was taken into account when we were assessing our value.
General Manager Dan.
As part of that assessment process, I can't speak so much to Northern Midlands contribution, but certainly what was assessed was the contribution economically to the Greater Launceston area as part of the visitation into the city. To expand upon some of those numbers, just for your own reference, we're talking about, specific to the 2 nights in Launceston, about 1,500 attendees with an average of 1 to 2 night stays. So overall, about just over 390,000 total impact based on that additional stay in Launceston through that visitation.
Subsequent question?
Whilst I'm happy with that response, I still wouldn't mind us knowing what and if the Northern Midlands Council contributed to it, because I think it's important that they are also contributing to these events.
Assessment panel member is next. Councillor Harris may be able to provide some info.
Just trying to recall from memory, the event is being run by, I cannot remember the name of the Northern Council Events Committee they set up to do this, and there was some contribution from theirs, but I couldn't tell you financially how much. We looked at this, as Mr Ryan said, we looked at it for the benefit for us from a council perspective based on the accommodation, because of the limited accommodation in Longford, and in fact, therefore the benefit for the city was that we would in fact get most of the accommodation for the event that they're having at Longford during the day, but to then include the ability of having the cars and bikes come into the city to perhaps provide some nighttime activity was not to be overlooked. So that's why the grant was approved for this particular event. The proponents came very highly recommended by all those who had been contacted them to understand how they operate. And so from that point of view, I see this as perhaps the very simple first step on what I hope is a long and productive relationship with the organisers of this event that will perhaps become the iconic Northern Tasmanian car event in Launceston that at the moment we seem to be missing, because Deloraine has a very good one-day hot rod show. We have Simmons Plains and other things happening, but very little motorsport actually.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Spencer.
Yes, I fully support this in cars and whatever, but they are coming to town. There's no accommodation at Longford. It's nothing. The bottom pub I'm working on at the moment for backpackers. There's no accommodation. It's bad. A guy, the name of Rob Knott, he's probably involved with this, and he's got a Longford Racing Museum. It's worth looking at. It is unbelievable.
Yep.
And that's next door to the old Brown site.
Anything else, Councillor Spencer, about the kind of
Yep, I
economic
fully support
return?
it. They're all going to come into town. They're going to eat. They're going to stay here. If they can't stay at Longford, there's nothing there. So
Limited options there. Are there any other speakers with regard to the special event sponsorship recommendation? Councillor Sauer, do you wish to say anything appropriate?
I would only be saying appropriate things, but I would be urging Councillor Spencer to stay away from Longford. Thank you very much.
All right, all those in favour raise their hand. That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. 15.2, a reminder we will be doing 15.2 via three motions. The first, as Councillor Dawkins departs, is for specifically the recommendation of the RSPCA Million Paws Walk, and that be funded to the tune of $5,000. It's moved, Councillor Soward. It's seconded, Councillor Walker. Councillor Soward.
Just an iconic event, Deputy, and very, very happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Soward, as the mover. Councillor Walker as the seconder. Doesn't wish to speak at this time. Councillor Mackenzie, a question. We might come to that one in a moment. Okay, we'll deal with that subsequently. So at the moment, this is specific to the RSPCA. It's moved Councillor Soward, seconded Councillor Walker. Are there any speakers with regard to the RSPCA Million Paws Walk? There being none, let's put the vote. All those in favour raise their hand. That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. Councillor Dawkins will enter the room. Councillor Soward, I'll hand over to you, specific to the St Andrews Caledonian Pipe Band.
Thank you very much, Deputy, as you lead the chamber. If I could have someone to move that, that's moved by the St Andrews Caledonian Pipe Band. That's moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Harris, do you wish to speak? Thank you very much. Councillor Mackenzie. Are there any other speakers? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? That is all councillors present at the table. We record that. Thank you, Deputy, as you re-enter the building. And I will hand the chair back to you.
Thanks, Councillor Soward. We're just going to go a little slower for the next one because Councillor Mackenzie has identified a conflict with regard to the Relay for Life. And so we're going to bring that one out by itself. We'll just take 30 seconds to allow our admin support to assist us. So it's moved Councillor Soward and seconded Councillor Harris. So this is specifically the $5,000 for the Cancer Council's Relay for Life with a score of 82%. So we will ask Councillor Soward, as the mover, do you wish to speak to the item?
Just briefly, a long-term iconic event that does some wonderful work in our community dealing with an insidious disease in council. Thank you. In cancer, by the Cancer Council. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Soward. Councillor Harris, as the seconder, do you wish to speak to the Relay for Life?
Nothing further to add.
Any councillor wish to speak to this particular small event sponsorship? Okay, we're all okay now, so let's put to the vote. All those in favour raise their hand. That is all councillors present, and the motion is carried. As Councillor Mackenzie makes his way back into the room, and we thank Anthea for her agility there. Okay, so now the intent is to put the motion for those remaining as listed in the recommendation. It's moved Councillor Harris and seconded Councillor Walker. Councillor Harris, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Just briefly, good to see some of these events that have been unable to be run because of COVID returning, and particularly the Soggy Bottom cardboard boat race up there at Lake Waverley. That is a great event, and look forward to participating again, as I'm sure the Deputy Mayor has great memories of participating with the Mayor a couple of years ago. But the rest of those events, the committee looked at all of them, and we were very pleased to support them.
Great, thanks Councillor Harris. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. Such a wide array of events that we're supporting, and from community groups through to creative pursuits and sporting activities, and all the best for the events over the next few months.
Great, thank you. Councillor Soward.
Look, only very briefly, Deputy, and I always say this, but what a wide selection of events. And although, as I said, we get a fair bit of stick with how we spend money, the same people who criticise us don't certainly come out and say, thanks for putting on these things and supporting these things that literally many, many thousands of people enjoy. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Soward. Any other contributions? Councillor Harris, do you wish to close? Let's put the vote. All those in favour raise their hand. That is all councillors present, and the motion is carried. Next, we move to item 15.3. Councillor Soward, I will exit the meeting for you to consider those three items specifically as a group bunch.
Thanks very much, Deputy. Thanks very much, Deputy. And as a reminder for councillors in the Deputy's absence, we're considering the Encore Theatre Company item, the Australian Musical Theatre Festival item, and the Launceston competitions item. So just those three. Moved Councillor Harris, seconded Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Harris, do you wish to speak?
Only to say that often as we sit and look at the event sponsorships, we do see some similar names, and once again the Encore Theatre will be back with Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, and following the other Encore Theatre productions that have been there. Council is very happy to support that particular event. I think last event had something like 8,000 people into our Princess Theatre, many of which chose to contribute to the nighttime economy. And so it is in fact very important that we continue to support events such as these, as indeed the Basin Concert and in fact the Australian Musical Theatre Festival, which will happen in May. All three of the, sorry, not the Basin, this time we're talking about the competitions. That happens a little bit later in the year, and yes, all three of those all help to contribute to the vibrancy of what happens in our nighttime economy in Launceston.
Thank you very much, Councillor Harris. Councillor Mackenzie, you're okay. Are there any other councillors who wish to add some commentary? If there's not, we'll put the motion, just those three items. All those in favour? And that is all councillors present at the table. Thank you, Deputy. As you re-enter the building, I will hand the chair back to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Soward. So the second motion is the balance of items. Moved Councillor Harris, seconded Councillor Soward. Councillor Harris, do you wish to speak to the basin and other?
Just the other concerts, yes, we've got the Basin concert, we've got the festival called Panama, the Ukulele Jamboree and Harmony Week. So each of those are attractive to a certain portion of the market, and each of those, I think, will attract outside visitors, and particularly both the Basin concert and the Panama productions will be particularly popular, and I'm sure will add to our tourism at that time of year. So councillors and the committee were very happy to support those events.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Soward, any other contributions to 15.3? Let's put the vote. All those in favour raise their hand. That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. As we go on to 16, Infrastructure and Assets Network. 16.1, Infrastructure Delivery Expectations. Someone to move. Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. A seconder, Councillor Soward. Councillor Mackenzie.
Look, all I would like to say, we had a good briefing on this at workshop last week, and I think that the detail that's been included in there, and the way it was presented by the writer, Adrian, was really well received, and I hope the community has a chance to read the report as well and understand some of the challenges that we're faced with in what we do and how we go about it, and maybe cut us a bit of slack every now and then when everything's not quite done the way they'd like it to do, because we have some real issues with what's going on out there in the economy at the moment.
Thanks, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Soward. Any other councillor wish to speak to 16.1? We'll put the vote. All those in favour raise their hand. That is all councillors present, and that is carried. Item 16.2, petition North Esk Memorial Hall. Specifically those two recommendations. Moved Councillor Soward, seconded Councillor Harris. Councillor Soward.
Thanks very much, Deputy. All of the detail is in the report, but I'll just touch on briefly some key points. Councillors received a detailed briefing on this particular matter at a workshop a few weeks ago now, and there's obviously been some correspondence to councillors and to council about this particular matter. I think in the report, Deputy, the background spells out and gives a very, very nice overview of the overall situation, but also it then delves into how the hall at Blessington has been operating, and I won't repeat what's there because it's obviously people are free to read that. I will go back to the recommendations, and it says there's three, that the committee is not reinstated to manage the hall, that the Memorial Hall remains on the booking system, and obviously there was some representation made to council and to councillors individually that there were some funds then held in a bank account that had been raised, and it spells out there that when the committee provides evidence to the satisfaction of the CEO that those funds will be the funds weren't acquired for purposes not related to the management and operation of the hall. So it was suggested that they were raised for other purposes. So just in conclusion, I guess what I would say, it sounds like from what has been presented to us that there were some challenges, and that does happen with volunteer committees. People come to those tasks in a very good way. They mean well, but sometimes there's a breakdown in communication. I mean, for instance, we were told there were significant challenges in correspondence flowing around the group members. One of the group members had indicated they tried to track down and left messages for people. So that's not to say in the future, Deputy, that a future committee might not come to this council and meet with officers and satisfy us that that's a good way forward. But in this particular instance, I support the recommendations and appreciate the effort that Catherine Pugh, who was the acting manager in that acting manager role, did provide us with some significant detail at that briefing. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Thanks, Councillor Soward. As the mover, Councillor Harris as the seconder.
Nothing further to add to Councillor Soward.
Councillor Spencer.
It worries me, this one. A gentleman out there, his grandfather actually had this land and gave it to the council. So There's a lot of people out there that used to do the mowing the grass, weed spraying. It's going to cost us money to do all that now. I know they probably did the wrong thing, but I'd like the committee to run it again if we could make that happen. I don't know if that is possible, but there's 390 signatures about that law. So, you know, there's obviously people that is willing to get it going again. I think we should look at that. So I don't think I could support the motion coming up there. Thank you.
Councillor Mackenzie, a question?
Is it not correct we actually do the maintenance in and around the hall now?
General Manager Shane.
Yeah, that's correct. So managing the hall under our current system will not cost us any additional money.
I was told the guy used to do this right.
Question, Councillor Spencer. Any further questions?
No, thanks.
No. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it's more of a, yeah, it is a question, you know, is there a pathway, I suppose, if the community were to reorganise and reapproach the situation at a future date, that a committee could be formed? I mean, there were obviously, you know, issues that were publicised in the recent past that have contributed to this situation, and council has responded accordingly. But I suppose it is a question: is there, potential pathway forward in the future at some time, considering we have other halls that are still managed by a committee?
CEO.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. It's certainly not a model, I think, that is contemporary and one that we would seek to continue in terms of the way that these facilities are managed into the future. It works best when you're able to centralise and able to then capitalise on the skills and the systems that we have to manage the full suite of the community halls. So whilst it served a purpose in its day, that they do generally cyclically have problems like we've experienced with this. So I think from a council perspective, it's far less risky for us to continue with the more centralised system into the future.
Any other questions? Councillor Spencer.
Just got one statement. 398 signatures. That is a lot of people for an area of that size out there. I don't know where they all come from, but that is a lot of numbers.
So, Councillor Spencer, you'll remember that not all of them were from that area. Many were from other parts of the city listed, Newstead, East Launceston. And you'll also remember that the petition didn't set out the narrative in terms of the facts that had gone on that resulted in the action that has occurred. So I think now we've got the fuller picture, and those 300 odd people can all now read the picture that's contained within this agenda item. Does that help?
It just seems a lot of people. Anyway.
Any other questions as Councillor Walker departs? No other speakers? Councillor Soward, do you wish to close? No? Let's put the vote. All those in favour raise their hand. Those against? Councillor Spencer is against. Therefore, the motion is carried. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1. Item 17.1, specifically the lease at the Launceston Racing Pigeons Society. Someone to move. Thank you, Councillor Soward. Seconder, Councillor Spencer. Councillor Soward.
I think it's all very straightforward there, Deputy. Again, a different group of enthusiasts in our city, and that's what makes our city special, that we have all these hundreds of different groups with different interests. It spells out very clearly that the terms and conditions of this, it provides some background to the Launceston Racing Pigeon Society. They've been at the Salinas Picnic Ground since 1991. I would say, when I went out and grabbed my rubbish bins this morning, some of the slower pigeons were in South Launceston, hovering around this morning while I was in the street. All jokes aside, very important, and again, a group of people with an interest that they share, and very, very happy to support what's in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Soward. Councillor Spencer.
Yes, I fully support it. I know a couple of pigeon races, and what they do is, 40 or 50 pigeons, and the way they look after them, in the history and they tell you about it, it's great. We don't use that site, so this is perfect for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer. Councillor Preece.
Yes, I would just like to say that I was very pleased to see that we're going to continue to support this, and I think it's a fantastic use for that little hut down there that used to be a kiosk back in the 80s. So it's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Preece. Any other contributions with regard to the Pigeon Society? Councillor Soward.
I think it's all been said, Deputy, and I look forward to the motion.
We'll fly away home and take a vote. All those in favour? That is all councillors present. Councillor Spencer with both hands up, but will only register one. The motion is carried. Thank you so much. 17.2, the Economic Development Strategy. CEO, I wonder if we could allow Officer Sarah just to provide some information before we consider that item.
Okay. Thank you. Councillors have been presented with the draft strategy. The final published version will have the same content but may present slightly differently to comply with the latest accessibility guidelines. The changes will be aesthetic only. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. It's moved. Councillor Mackenzie. A seconder, Councillor Soward. Councillor Mackenzie.
Whilst I'm struggling to remember all of it, on the 14th of April, I think when we workshopped it, I'm very pleased to move it because it was a good document.
Thanks, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Soward.
I think it's a great document, Deputy, and all I would add is that, it's really important that people understand that these things don't happen by accident, and a big thank you to Sarah and all of those involved, General Manager Foster and her team for pulling this together. Thank you.
Any other contributions with regard to this important document? Councillor Mackenzie, do you wish to close? All those in favour raise their hand. That is all councillors present, and the motion is carried. Thank you, staff, for waiting so patiently. 17.3 is the long-term financial plan, 2022-2032. Moved Councillor Mackenzie, seconded Councillor Harris. Councillor Mackenzie.
Yeah, thanks, and I'd just like to thank the officers for the work they did. Went through the audit committee last Tuesday and got a good hearing during that process, which I think a good, healthy hearing from external views in regard to it. Not challenging it, or was challenging it, but it was not so much in the content of it, but just some of the things around it. But look, I think it's an evolving project, but I think we should be proud that Launceston's probably got one of the better ones going around the state.
Thanks, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Harris.
Nothing new to add to that.
Any other contributions? Let's put to the vote. All those in favour? That is all councillors present, and that is carried. Item 18, requiring an absolute majority of council. Thanks for sticking with us, those of you who are here, so that we move into closed session to consider the confirmation of the minutes and the CEO's performance review. Moved Councillor Soward, seconded Councillor Dawkins. All those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. We will go into closed council. Okay, at 5:38 we move back into open session. A recommendation that resolved to report in open session. We've considered the following matters: the minutes of the meeting 28th of July and the CEO's performance review. It's moved Councillor Soward, seconded Councillor Spencer. All those in favour raise their hand. That's all councillors present. After a marathon meeting, we'll close it at 5:39.